We are back live on the Cowboys Report. I am Tom Downey, producer Aiden, behind the scenes for today's live show as things continue to not be very good in the Micah Parsons saga, with now the Cowboys reportedly listening to trade offers on the superstar edge. We will break that down on today's show, where I think in the next 24, 48 hours, we'll probably end up getting some more details on this stuff with how the Micah Parsons saga ends up ending, at least short term. Cowboys practice on Friday. If he's not out there, this could get even uglier, frankly. So how does the Micah Parsons saga end? P for pay, T for trade. Let me know in the comments of today's show. P for he gets paid. History proves itself right again, and the Cowboys end up caving and giving everything out in the end. Or T for they give up and they trade him and they move on and they handle it terribly. No matter what, this has been an organizational failure from the Cowboys. Even if they get the deal done, it's been so messy and so unnecessarily challenging to pay your best player. I don't see, outside of Mike is paid and that's good, I only see more downsides continuing to emerge. That's my issue. P for paid, T for trade. Cowboys fan, $5 super chat. I had nothing but respect for Micah. He always said he would take a team-friendly deal, but he got offered $40.5 million in March. Now that's not enough. He lied. In general, nobody gets off with this. Everyone has blame. Everyone has responsibility. Everybody looks bad in this entire thing. As for the stuff in March, as I understand it, and depending on who you talk to, you do get different stories, depending on which side of it is, the more middle ground here is that Cowboys and Jerry, or a.k.a. Jerry / Cowboys, and Micah had conversations. If you go back and look at some of like the proposed numbers that I'd thrown out there, essentially it was the $40.5 million, and it was like 160-ish, ballpark figure, 155, 160-ish in guaranteed money. But it was on a 5-year deal. Agent doesn't like that. Agent wanted to have the conversations with the Cowboys. The way this plays out is this. If you were Jerry Jones and you honestly thought you could go around the agent altogether, you are delusional. And I think Micah was naive to even have these conversations in the first place. The Cowboys were going to try to take advantage of you. When was the vesting figures on the guarantee side? Like, without having the agent actually look at the contract and having nothing sent over to Micah to even sign, then there was no deal. Like, Jerry was the same one saying after the meeting in March too, well, we don't have a deal done yet. Now he's saying we had a deal done. Everyone's kind of twisting their own narrative a little bit and angling it a little bit as well. I'm not a fan of it. Now we're at the point where I don't care whose fault it is. Be adults and figure it out. Be adults. The Great Duke Bothers. You have to resize that to fit text to box, by the way, up there in the name bar. We've rightfully blamed the Jones boys for their failures, but shouldn't some of the blame go to Micah too? What's with the plane trip? I agree. Micah gets blamed too. Like, we are way past the point of nobody gets any blame. Everyone gets blamed. Everyone looks bad except for us as fans, because we are all just annoyed and frustrated by the whole damn thing. Everyone gets blamed. Everyone looks bad. We should think less of everybody, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. It shouldn't have gotten to this point, and everyone gets responsibility for it getting to this point. Someone pick up the phone and make a call. Somebody do it. Like, the plane trip, getting a second opinion on your back, who here thinks the back is hurt? Does anyone actually believe that Micah Parsons' back is hurt? Because I don't. I think he's fine. I think the back, he just needs to be, hit with the contract, the money whip contract. Right now, it's 50-50 at best. With him playing, with him getting paid, with him getting traded. It's all, I don't know what happens, which is really, really frustrating because this should have been done right. It wasn't that hard to get this done. And egos and stupidity, frankly, have gotten in the way from it getting done already. It's bad when Jeremy Chugs is trolling here. So he's got the sticker. The sticker doesn't come through on the live stream side, but thanks, Chugs. I appreciate it. MTZ_9 says, it's just a publicity stunt. He's going to get paid late as always. So I understand the publicity stunt, the soap opera angle, etc. I think the one thing we're missing here is this element. That you now have managed to upset one of your best players. Like, there is a frustration and a hurt, fair or not, from Micah's side. The publicity angle works if the player agrees to sign the contract. Like, if Micah wanted to, and this we would all turn against him correctly, he can say, F you, I don't ever want to play for the Cowboys again. And at that point, the publicity stunt, whatever you want to call it, played against you. I don't think this is just the publicity stunt. I think the Cowboys have actually kind of let their egos and everyone involved with the egos get too much into play here. And it's messy and not good. And now you're a week away. You're a week away from playing the defending Super Bowl champions. Eagles are locked in on making their team better, prepping for the season, having success. What are you doing? We're out there spending hours on end about the Micah Parsons contract stuff. It's stupid. It's very stupid. And if you could have argued, you could have made a very good argument to trade him in March. Trading him in August is actually bad, because then why'd you trade for George Pickens? Like, you're kind of like, you're undercutting this year and you're undercutting the next couple of years, frankly, and which is your timeline with your quarterback. It's bad. You never should have let it got to this point. Like, you shouldn't be allowing this like nonsense about the back injury. You were gonna win the fucking media wars no matter what. Just get up there. Like, it's doesn't make any sense to me. The whole thing is a disaster. We got to that one already, by the way. So, thank you for your super chats. Keep them coming in throughout today's show. We'll go a lot more in depth on that here. With the Cowboys' record in 2025, with just where things currently sit, let me know in the comments section of today's show. What are you thinking about the record prediction for the Cowboys in 2025? I'm doing my updated one. I did one post schedule release. I'm doing one now. I don't feel as good as I did. Maybe the Micah stuff is meddling, but I don't feel as good now. So 7 and 10, 11 and 6, 4 and 12, 6 and 11, 10 and 7, 9 and 8, 9 and 8, 10 and 4, 11 and 7, 9 and 8, 12 and 5, 9 and 8, 10 and 7. We're not actually that far off. But it's not. Anyone else feel like the wind got taken out of their sails a little bit? Last, I don't know, since training camp, since the trade request, basically. Like, that's how I feel. All right, the super chat menu on today's show. Any super chat equals a shout out. $5 equals a raffle entry. $10 actually is 3 raffle entries. I forgot to clarify that. I'll adjust it and actually just go ahead and read only it. Just go that one each time. $10 is the 3 raffle entries, so those ones coming in right now, we got you covered. We'll put them in. The ones that came in earlier, also covered on that front. Let's see, $50 for shotties. We got those still back there in the fridge. We'll probably do the wheel spin for the game itself, but we'll get to that later. That's perfect. Good job there, Aiden. Go to push it. And then $50 to $100 for a beer bong, which I honestly wouldn't mind doing because, I don't know, I could use it. Is that bad of me to say? I don't know. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? It's almost 4 o'clock Eastern. So that's how that one goes. So that is the super chat menu on today's show. 5, 10, 50, and 100. Let me get organized here a little bit as more super chats come in from Cowboys fan. I don't trust David. This guy is the same guy T. Higgins fired. From everything I have seen, he seems shady. He's Love's agent, too. He's tampering with the Packers. In general, I think we can acknowledge that tampering happens a lot, and it's really easy for every single NFL team to, back channel, yeah, dude, we'll give you whatever you want on a deal. That's not actually that hard to pull off. He is Jordan Love's agent. He's a lot of teams' agents, or a lot of players' agent as well. I said this, I don't remember when I said it. Maybe it was back in March. The reason you hire David Mulugeta is to get you everything possible. It's the same reason why you hire Todd France. You hire these big agents to get you the most money possible. And those agents are not going to let you really take those team-friendly deals. They are in lockstep with the NFLPA of keep on raising those contracts. And it's something Dak kind of alluded to as well. And this is why other guys, like Jordan Love got paid so much, Lawrence got paid so much, even though the Dak and Allen deals are kind of unique deals. They're not going to take team-friendly contracts. The way you get team-friendly is by doing them early, and then you reset the market for everybody else to get paid. T. Higgins fired David Mulgeta because he was going to take less to stay with the Cincinnati Bengals. That's why that happened. If T just wanted to get the most possible, he would have stayed with David, eventually got into the open market and got paid the same way Jesse Bates got paid years ago by the Atlanta Falcons. There's the difference there. If Micah just wants to play for the Cowboys no matter what, then he can fire David and move on. It's not that hard. Now, there'd be issues with that stuff behind the scenes. They'll figure it out there. But you hire Mulgeta to take the most money possible. Like, that's why he is your agent. So that's why, if you're Jerry and you know it's David Mulgeta you're going up against, you were never, ever, ever going to be able to do the deal without the agent. That's the whole crux of this issue is born out of either delusion or Jerry wanted to make it this way and they were trying like hell to cut out the agent, which just isn't going to work. I don't know. It's not good. For Mark, can't stand Jerry Jones, but if JJ offered him number 1 in guarantees, Micah says, no, that's all Micah. All I heard from 11 was it's not about the money. Again, I never really believed that because you have David Mulgeta as your agent. Like, it's always going to be about the money to an extent at least. The issue with that is from the numbers that have been out there, the same numbers I heard back in March, most money, average per year, most guarantees. But we don't actually know the details of it. Like, we don't know. When does the money actually guarantee? Is it all guaranteed at signing? Or is it guaranteed like rolling guarantees and you can get out of the deal after a year? Like, without actually knowing the true structure of the contract and not just what the agent would have sent to the insiders to tweet out, then we actually don't know all that much. And that's the crux of the issue, is that you are eventually going to have to get there in the end. Like, you always had to use the agent. So to try to bypass the agent, then get mad when the agent gets brought in and kind of shut things down and be messy, you were kind of just like setting yourself up for failure here. Jason Phillips, $5, says, just get it done. I agree. Get it done. I am tired of all of this. It should not have to be this way. Like, it shouldn't have to be set up the way that it currently is. Like, it's all just stupid and silly and nonsense. It's frankly embarrassing at this time. All right, so who we got in week 1 of the season? Back to kind of, I guess, football talk. C for the Cowboys, E for the Eagles. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. That's C for the Cowboys, E for the Eagles. I will do week 1 previews later on. Later, I should say Monday. I will not be doing a Cowboys win prediction. I think the Eagles are going to beat you in week 1. I kind of felt that way going in. I think it's all. I don't have good vibes around this team. Like, I just don't. You continue to play games. Everyone gets blamed for playing those games, but it's a bad spot to be. Who we got? C for the Cowboys, E for the Eagles. Get those votes in. C for the Cowboys, E for the Eagles. We got Brett Reed. I almost said Brent because I'm so used to Brent Carter coming in. Brent Reed, a $10 super chat. 3 entries into the to-be-determined raffle that we will get to during our week 1 watch party. Let's get this tweet out real quick, too. All right, as a Cowboys fan from the Harrisburg area, oh boy, man, I know where this is going. I'm so disgusted. How are we here with the face and future of our team? Sick of stupid moves and delusion. If Micah walks, I'm done with Dallas and the NFL. I am sure you are not alone in this. I think we can blame everybody with how we got here, but the fact that we are here is so stupid. And everyone gets blamed. Everyone does. But I don't understand how we're here at this point. Like, that's what bothers me. It doesn't have to be this way, didn't have to be this way, shouldn't be this way. It's just the ones who suffer the most in the end are us. And it doesn't make any sense for us to be here at this point. You have the money available. It's not, you haven't paid anybody. Like, You've paid Dak and Lamb and Osa. Kind of it. There's no one else you're actually locked into long term. It's just that process is just not. You can't sit there. Here's the thing: the Cowboys kind of set themselves up because they can't cry about the cap in general because they were going to offer all this money and now they're going to haggle over a couple $1 million and that's the difference. When you already had it clearly. So thank you, Brett. We'll get to MLG's gaming YouTube. I'm just going to call it that because that's going to be a lot easier for me to say out loud. I wonder if Micah in March told Jerry, call my agent before they talked, and we would have signed him right after Miles signed. So let's go this route here. Let's go from the Jerry angle of this all. Let's say, because, well, here's the issue. Originally, the argument from Jerry was that I agreed to the deal. I don't need to call the agent. We don't need to do that. I'm not speaking to the agent. That's what Jerry said. Remember at the season opening press conference? I don't talk to the agent. I don't get involved. Now he's claiming, well, the agent told me to shove it. Okay, so did you talk to the agent or not? Because their story kind of keeps tweaking and changing a little bit here. Have you guys noticed that? Which I don't like. I think what you should have done, and we're past the point, to an extent it's not even worth arguing over, you should have just kept going. Like, if I were Jerry Jones today, just fucking call David Mulgeta. Like, you clearly want the guy. You clearly want Mike on your team. I get the frustration over the body language and all that. That's valid. That's fair. But if you want the guy, stop playing games. Like this idea that the Cowboys want a resolution. You make the decision here. You are the resolutioners. What do you mean you want a resolution? Just make the call. Pay him or trade him. Or say, we're not paying you, show up, and we'll do the drama there. Like, you have the leverage in terms of, like, the playing of it, the trade of it. So don't tell me that you want the resolution. You get to make the final call on it. Now, if he turns down every offer your way, okay. I don't think that's what's happened here. I feel like that would have been leaked by now, but it's just kind of annoying. Chris B, they trade him. They're basically tanking the season, man. I feel like you're setting up for like a 6 or 7 win season at best at that point. And like that's still not in top quarterback range. Like it's not great. There's a lot of just not great situation shit right now. All right, Gabriel put you into the raffle entry as well. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Reminds me of the Emmitt Smith contract part of the Netflix show. Once they start losing, they'll pay him. Here's the problem. Is that you do still need the player to say yes. And if you get in season, this version kind of actually happened with Dak years ago. That I forget which year it was. I think it was 2019. They started off super hot. They're like, Dak was playing great. They were balling. They're like, okay, we'll get that done. Let's do it. And the response was, no, the deal has changed because the market has changed. We're not doing that anymore. Which is kind of where you are now. But by the way, Emmitt's was like, okay, I'll go play. At that point, Micah might be willing to say, I'm gonna hold out here and we're gonna play the season out. But again, it shouldn't have to come to this. That's my issue. So I agree there. Double J2288 puts you into the raffle. Double J2288. There we go. Micah playing baby like Jerry does bug me, but I don't know how anyone could truly believe anything Jerry and Steven say about the whole situation. This is also an extremely valid point. We talk a lot in general about how we don't listen to what Jerry and Steven say. We shouldn't listen to them. They're not the most credible narrators. I don't know how truly credible Micah / his camp is either, but they're not credible either. Like it's like if let me put it this way. If Jerry tells me the sky is blue right now, I'm going to go look and check. Like I'm just going to double like it. Jerry says it's sunny out. Okay, I'm just going to check still. Like trust but verify maybe is, and even you're probably not trusting on that front. I don't know. All right, Mark again. Thank you, Mark. Bottom line is we need DT help and didn't address it. Nor get a real option at running back, and Jerry Jones pissed off our 2 best players on defense, Diggs and 11, sabotage. By the way, have you guys noticed how, I forget which video it was, I put it on one of them, like, I kind of wonder if the Cowboys are just going to be like, hey, we're good, let's ride, and like, they just announced Diggs is back, which they kind of did, because I think that they were wrong about the rehab stuff, and Diggs ended up being right on that front. It's all self-inflicted in the end. Chris B, I love the pass rush with Micah, not without. I agree. A pass rush consisting of Dante Fowler and Donovan Ezeraku and Marshawn Nealand, like, if you were a different team, you'd be like, well, how about we offer you some picks and one of those edges to get Micah? That's what you'd be doing. Like, you'd be one of the top fits for him. So, all right, Topher Kinsey, he also commented on his super chat, so I'll read it off here. If Mike gets a second opinion saying he should sit, he won't lose money, but how long can that last before it hurts the relationship with the boys, costs them games, and eventually costs him money too? The answer, I think, is one game. Actually, you're right. This is something we'll discuss, that if he can try to play that game, he can try to play that mindset of, oh, my back, I'm going to sit out, whatever, or like be on a pitch count week 1. I think that hurts his relationship with the fans. The Cowboys are pissed at him, continues to deteriorate that relationship already, and might cost them games. And also, like, if we're thinking critically here, if your back is hurt, who wants to pay you money? Like, you pick the back because you can't really disprove it. Like, MRI can be clean, you can still have back tenderness. It's not a huge thing. But who wants to pay a bad back edge rusher? Like, if it's actually hurts, like, you're almost playing yourself. I think it was actually a miscalculation. And frankly, if he skips games, if he's skipping practices, are any of us going to be happy with him? I certainly don't think so. Joshua, put you again into the raffle entry here. Thank you, my friend. Love Micah and the boys, but I'm done with this drama. Make a decision and trade or pay him. $45 million a year goes a long way with extra firsts. I agree. Now, my biggest concern here, this is a Cowboys issue. Like, your rationale is right, Joshua. My biggest concern, beyond the fact that you would have been better off getting those picks in March to benefit your team now and not like do this weird, you trade him to Green Bay. Okay, you're getting the 29th pick for Micah Parsons. Best case, cool. Who cares? That doesn't do anything for me. Do we trust the Cowboys to then go spend the $45 million actually? Or do they just kind of like not spend as much still? Like, do they only spend like $20 million of it? Would anyone be surprised by that? And like, hey, if you get CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Smith with those first-round picks, sweet. What if you get Mozzie Smith and Kelvin Joseph? It's not a first-round pick, but you trade down in round 2 to get even more draft picks. Like, doesn't that kind of, raise some concerns at least a little bit? Like, it does for me. It does for me, and that's why, like, in general, you don't see teams trade away Hall of Fame track edges for picks, because those guys are really, really good, and they're really hard to find in the end. So, thank you, Joshua. I appreciate that $5 super chat. Chris B, I think you put this in right as I was saying it, actually. Do you trust them to actually spend that $45 million? I agree. I very much agree. I think it's a messy situation the Cowboys have put themselves in, and we'll see what happens. All right, I guess probably not the one we should have done, frankly. This one is not a good one. If you want the drama to be over, like the video. How about that? Let's get something else. If you're excited for the drama to at some point finally be over, like the video instead. Yeah, probably not the one I would have gone with there. I should have had to change it there. That's my bad. That was before all the Micah shit came out. So, like, it's just like, it's not good. So, all right, coming up on today's live show, the latest on the Micah Parsons front. There is a lot to get into at this time as I read what Nick Harris says. I think this is a good point. Both sides feel manipulated by the other. And don't we all feel manipulated right now? Like, that's certainly valid there. The starting lineup, we'll discuss that. A mailbag, 2 ways to get in on the show there. Via #Cowboys or skip the line altogether via Super Chat. There were obviously a bunch of Super Chats that already came in, so keep them coming. We'll keep hitting them throughout today's live show as they come in. We'll also wrap up with a record prediction and the starting lineup. I have Micah on there, and if I have to redo the whole damn video, I guess it is what it is at that point. But remember to like the video, no matter what. I know a lot of us are extremely frustrated by the Micah Parsons situation. I frankly don't know many people who aren't frustrated by this time. So like the video if you haven't already, and we'll dive into the latest on the Cowboys, beginning with Micah Parsons on today's live show. There is a lot to get into on today's Cowboys Report on the Micah Parsons front. First and foremost, we will begin with the trade rumors, the back injury, the NFLPA grievance that has been filed, the others that could end up being filed, and of course, what happens next as we maybe approach a conclusion to the saga in the coming days. Before we dive into that, we can still and will still do the Micah decision pool. Venmo me at @WhatGoingDowney, $5 to enter. You pick the date Micah signs or is traded. You don't have to specify which one. It's just the date that ends up winning. So Venmo me at @WhatGoingDowney, $5 if you want in on the Micah decision pool. Chatsports.com/Micah has all the entry dates in there. All right, I want to turn back the clock here to Tuesday night when a friend of the show, Slick Rick, a.k.a. Ricky Scoops, tweeted out that after previously tweeting out that the Packers had interest. Does the Packers have a trade on the table with the Cowboys for Micah Parsons with a new contract worth $45 million per year? That was the update from Ricky, which of course got everyone freaking out. Later that night, John Kuhn, the former Packers fullback, who I think is one of their sideline analysts, I think that's his specific job these days, he had tweeted out Micah freaking Parsons. So that was the update there from John Kuhn. Now, what happened on this front is that it rather quickly came out thanks to Matt Schneidman of The Athletic, who tweeted out this screenshot of the texts after he texted John Kuhn, says, 1.4 million views on a troll tweet. You should be ashamed of yourself. And John said, I tweet like 10 times a year. I need to catch up on the views, he's saying. So he was trolling, but that did not stop any of the buzz. And the trade buzz in general has only continued to grow. There was specific stuff on the Green Bay Packers. There were fake accounts tweeting stuff out. I will say the Packers 100% have interest. There's actually a pretty decently long list of teams that have interest in Micah Parsons. We had random Twitter accounts saying everyone was, this is how far deep we are into the nonsense here. There was a breast enhancement doctor who said that, the wives are talking and that the deal is done, but they're just playing it up for attention on both sides, which doesn't make any sense at all from the Green Bay Packers side, but hey, whatever. But it has only kind of continued to grow in recent days. It is messy right now. That is where we are at. The relationship between the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons is not in a good spot. It's just not. There's hurt feelings on both sides. There's egos involved. It's bad. This does feel different than Lamb, than Dak, who I think was just like, that's fine, I'll allow it to play out. I don't think anyone around the team thought we would reach this point, but we are here now. We are here, and it's not a good thing. And to make things even worse, there was this ESPN reporting today that the Cowboys are now willing to listen on trades. So how it goes is we're not listening. We refuse to listen to, we'll listen, but it's got to be a lot. And that's where we're at right now. And then it's either they do it or they don't do it. ESPN says nothing is imminent right now. But that would change quickly. It would go from 0 to 100 very fast. The Cowboys have essentially late to ESPN. They want the situation resolved soon. You're in charge. You have the player under contract. You don't have to trade him. You don't have to pay him. But you should pick one. And it's dumb we're at this point because it should have been resolved a year ago. You should have paid him last September. And none of this would have been a problem. And you would have overpaid in September and saved millions right now. Instead, you're now at the risk of fumbling one of the best starts to an edge rusher career ever, or continuing to drag things out and making it messy for attention. So how does this end? I wonder if we're going to get more details soon, but how does, in terms of like tomorrow, which we'll discuss with practice, how does this end? P for paid, T for trade. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. It is the pinned comment, by the way. P for paid, T for trade. I don't feel good right now about the Micah Parsons situation. If you had told me in March, I would have said, yeah, they get it done. I got a little bit less confidence. Things went along. But it's very clear now. They were so close months ago. And then they've allowed this, all parties involved, to blow up. I don't think anyone truly knows a lot here outside of the Jones boys, outside of Micah and his agent. Like, I don't think anyone actually knows a lot because I don't think that those parties have decided. And in theory, all you have to do is get on the horn and talk it out like adults, but we're at, the nuclear clock is almost at midnight. That's kind of where we're at. And look, there's a lot of stuff that, like, we don't know, but I do know this. There is a hurt involved here. And I mean that, like, physically from the back issue that Micah Parsons has, which we'll get into here in a little bit, but also just I think the frustration from all the parties involved. Like, the Micah camp is upset with the Cowboys camp. That's not a good thing. I think this back injury does present a pivotal point. That Friday, when the Cowboys return to practice, if Micah's not out there, if he is claiming there's a back injury, the Cowboys are not going to be happy with him. We'll talk more about the back here in a little bit. But that's another, element the Cowboys might decide, you know what, we're kind of getting tired of this. A lot more on this to come. But first, today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway. College football is here. So don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. The regular season, by the way, is, of course, almost underway. Prize Picks is simple to play. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in up to 2,000 times your money. Take advantage of one of their max discounts. Dak Prescott more than a half passing yard. Put it in every single one of your Prize Picks lineups. Even if you're doing the college football ones, still throw that one in there because it's a no-brainer not to. One of my week 1 Prize Picks lineups for pro football, Xavier Worthy, more than 3.5 yards. 1 jet sweep. That's all it takes. Ashton Genty, a half touchdown as well. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show, but simply go download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Appreciate Prize Picks sponsoring us here on the Cowboys Report. One more time for you, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Now, this happened yesterday on Wednesday, and Jane Slater had some good information. We'll get to it here in a little bit. We now have the new Larry Fitzgerald spotted at the airport meme. It's now the Micah Parsons spotted at the airport meme. So that's now the reason why here. It was like, he's flying to Green Bay, Cabo, whatever. Jane had the details here. He's not going to Cabo. He's getting a second opinion on his back per a source informed. The Cowboys are off until Friday. I want to emphasize this part. It's actually a bad update. It's a bad update. It's actually really bad for the Dallas Cowboys. Like, the first MRI came back clean. There was nothing wrong with his back because who thinks there's something wrong with the back, right? You get a second opinion because you don't like the results of the first one. The first result said your back was good, so you went to get a second one. Now, why would you do that? At minimum here, Micah Parsons is trying to keep the threat of, I'm hurt, I can't play right now, alive. He's trying to keep that out there. I'll say this, and I think pretty much every single one of you would agree with me. If Micah Parsons skips games, the fans turn on him. Like, I would not respect that move at all. Like, that, you drop in my opinion of that. Like, it's don't do it. Show up, play games. At that point, you're actually not honoring your contract at all. And you're kind of, all the claims Jerry's made, like, you're kind of proving him right. And you don't want to do that, right? So who here actually thinks that Micah Parsons is hurt? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Do you think that Micah Parsons is actually hurt? Y or N in the comments of today's show. I feel bad saying it because I'm accusing someone of lying, but who here thinks the back is actually bothering him? I don't. His feelings are hurt. But come on, the back, come on. The second that contract hits, I'm fine. This situation is already messy, and I don't think it's done getting messy, potentially. There's a couple different ways that this ends up playing out. So outcome number one is, it's all good news, baby. Everyone finally acts like an adult. Micah Parsons gets the record-setting contract, and we can once again claim it was all PR and attention spin from Jerry Jones. That's option one. Outcome number two, they delay. And this one, I don't know. Maybe this is, maybe it isn't, less likely now. But Micah becomes the bigger man in this scenario and shows up to play despite not getting paid by the Dallas Cowboys. If that happens, I do think the franchise tag and trade scenario, I think that skyrockets in potential. I am of the belief if you don't have a deal done with Micah Parsons by kickoff of week one, I don't think a deal happens, period. And I think he gets traded. Outcome number three is a trade now. And perhaps foolishly, the Cowboys grant Mike his trade request, ship him off, and get 2 firsts, another pick, and a good young player. You're not going to get the Herschel Walker package. Give up that dream. You might be able to get the Jalen Ramsey plus package, but you ain't getting the Herschel Walker deal. Put that out of your mindset right now. Outcome number 4, and this is the nightmare scenario that I fear we are barreling towards right now. This is the borderline nuclear option between the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons, is that even more grievances end up emerging around this organization. There's one going on right now which isn't actually the Cowboys' fault. I do want to emphasize that. The 5th-year option for Micah Parsons is $21.3 million if he's listed as a defensive end. The NFLPA wants it at linebacker at $24 million because the NFL is stupid and doesn't have an edge designation. The end result is some guys like Myles Garrett count at defensive end. TJ Watt counts at linebacker. Why? Because they're stupid. Doesn't make any sense. It's really an NFLPA versus NFL issue, but the Cowboys and Mike are at the center of it. Now, the next step here, and I think we'll have more on this on Friday when they practice again, is the potential injury grievances on both sides. The Cowboys clearly believe that Micah Parsons can play. I think most of us would agree with that. Parsons would lose game checks at around $1.2 million, depending on if it's 21 versus 24, if he doesn't play, unless he is hurt. He is cleared to practice. So the Cowboys, if they wanted to, could consider going down the, hey, this is conduct detrimental to the team. We're going to find and or suspend you, which the Cowboys filing that grievance there. And then Micah would file one back to get paid. And now you're really reaching a critical point there. And this one is lingering out there, but Parsons and the NFLPA can absolutely file a grievance over the Jerry Jones negotiations. Jerry Jones' claim that he and Micah had agreed to a deal, which, is true from Jerry's viewpoint, not true from Micah's viewpoint, whatever. I'm past it at this rate. That is against the NFL CBA. You have an agent. You have to negotiate through them. The NFLPA would win that grievance with ease because Jerry straight up admitted it publicly. It's kind of like a lawyer. In this case, the agent is the defense lawyer. Once the suspect, which in this case is Micah, it's not a good analogy, I know, but the cop is Jerry. Maybe some of you like that, maybe some of you don't. Once the suspect says, I want my lawyer, you shut it down. You can't talk anymore until the lawyer gets there. You don't do that, well, guess what? It's all tainted evidence. It's all tainted evidence. If we get to this point, if we get to tomorrow, and Micah's not practicing, even though he is clear to practice, I don't know if there's a coming back at that point. That kind of reaches the final level of hey, everyone is now really mad at each other. Like, we're not quite at DEFCON 1 right now, but if that happens, yeah, we're kind of at DEFCON 1. Which it is 1, by the way. It's not 5. People get confused. DEFCON 1 is the highest level. What is your concern level over the Micah Parsons situation? For simplicity here, we'll go 1 to 10. 10 is still your high end here. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. I think we are heading towards some sort of resolution. I don't know what that is. I think anyone who would say is, or thinks that is it, I think you're kind of lying. No decision is still a decision. Like, I think in the end, this can go from 0 to 100 at an incredibly fast rate. Whether that's a trade or that is a contract extension, whatever it is, it can be done instantly. History does tell us the Cowboys will fold. They'll give Micah everything that they could ever want, etc. That's not locked in this time. I do believe that the relationship between the Cowboys and Micah Parsons is in a pretty bad spot right now. Doesn't mean it can't get fixed. Doesn't mean it can't be saved. It can't be rectified. But it's not good at all right now. If the Cowboys finally came to Micah and his agent and said, we'll give you $45 million a year or whatever that figure ends up looking like, would the Parsons camp really turn that down? I have my doubts. But the Cowboys need him to win right now. Like, they do. I need somebody to step up here. I need somebody to be the adult in the room and get this done. All the egos, set them aside. I don't care. Owner should be locked in on what's best for his team. And if that means paying Micah, cool. Do what's best for them. It is dumb we are at this point. It is inexcusable that we are at this point. Do what is best for your team. Stop playing games. Stop playing in your feelings. Everybody gets blame in this scenario. I question if the Cowboys have done everything possible to get this deal done since the trade request. I don't think that they have. Now, if you want more Cowboys news, rumors, and everything else in between, hit that sub button. YouTube.com/@CowboysTV. We'll see what else happens. We are certainly not done yet. Maybe we get final answers in the next 48 hours, something like that. But it's time to get going for week 1. And as long as the Micah stuff is lingering over it all, it's not done. So it has to get done at some point in the near future. All right, overall, non-Micah related here, grade the Dallas Cowboys roster. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade that Dallas Cowboys roster. I'll give some shout-outs here. C, B, B+, C. It's under contract. What's the problem? Because you're trying to get him a new contract. Like, yeah, that's why he shouldn't skip games. I agree. That's why he should not skip games at all. Period. Should not skip games. Doesn't make sense. Play your games. That's when you start to not, honor the contract for me. But, like, come on. It's in a way, like, asking for an extension is the same thing as, like, a team cutting a player to me. Like, yeah, you're under contract, but, like, we're going to change it. And that's fine because truly everybody ends up doing it. All right, super chat time from, I'm just going to say KV because otherwise I'll botch the pronunciation. I really don't want to do that, so I apologize there. But it is right in the raffle entry column. I just want a normal football team, man. I don't think we have a chance of that till Steven dies. I agree. I keep coming back to the word annoying, stupid, frustrating. It's not fun. Like, the theory that the Cowboys are a marketing organization operating as a football team sometimes continues to look great. I hate that we're here. Double J2288. Micah wins no matter what. If he plays, whether he gets paid by Dallas or elsewhere, I hope he doesn't pull the back injury thing. I agree. I think you are certainly at this point where if you're Micah, like, the fans have mostly been on your side. They're starting to turn a little bit because we got football games to play here. There's been a lot of there has been a lot of just like posturing, I feel like, and like attempts to win the PR battle. That's why Jerry went on the Stephen A. Smith show and why he went on the Michael Irvin YouTube page. Like he was trying to garner favor back with us, the fans, by kind of changing his story a little bit, because he said he never spoke to the agent. Then he said the agent told him to shove it up his butt. But it doesn't make any sense to me, because that's not what was said, obviously. Hyperbole. Same way he said almost $200 million guaranteed. It wasn't $200 million guaranteed. Come on, think critically. But yeah, I hope he doesn't, because my priority is winning games. And it bothers me that it kind of continues to feel like we care more about winning games than certain members of that front office does. From Ed, only chance, Jerry Jones and Steve going down, which I feel like I should not read off the rest of it, but I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of agreement on that one. But thank you, Ed. The Super Chat menu on today's show. Any Super Chat equals a shout-out. $5 equals a raffle entry. $10 equals 3 raffle entries. $50 for shots, $100 for a beer bong, which I appreciate everyone who's Super Chatted so far. Appreciate everyone who has done that. We will stick with the upcoming like one as we'll talk starting lineups now for the Dallas Cowboys. Despite the Micah saga and all that's accompanied that, we do have Cowboys football set to return in the coming days. If you're glad to focus on the field stuff, like the video for me, please and thank you right now. All you have to do, like today's show, free, simple, and easy to do. So if you haven't already, be in the habit too of liking every single video here on the Cowboys Report. All right, next up, the starting lineup on the quarterback side is obviously Dak Prescott. There's no change there. He's going to start. Duh. And hopefully starts every game. Otherwise, could go even worse this year. Running back is going to be Javonte Williams. There will be a rotation. Other guys will play. That's how it always goes. But Javonte Williams is going to be the lead back for the Cowboys, at least to begin the year. Now, I'm curious if anything ends up changing on that front. I'm hopeful to see other players get some run over the course of the year, but the Cowboys didn't play Javonte at all in the preseason because he's going to be the lead back. So Miles Sanders, think he's okay medically. He'll be involved. Jaden Blue will be involved. Switch numbers, much better number now. Lipke will be involved as the fullback. Those 4 guys should be active on game days, and we'll see if when Phil Maffa makes his return from injured reserve. Tight end. Obviously, Jake Ferguson. They might use some more 2 tight end packages. You might get to see some Luke Schoonmaker, Brevin Spanford when healthy. That would not be a surprise to me, but Ferguson is tight end 1 and should get to benefit from the duo at wide receiver, which, of course, is led by C.D. Lamb. We all know how good he is. I don't think we have to spend much time on it. The passing game, if the offensive line can hold up, should be really good this year. George Pickens now in as the wide receiver 2. Puts them in a much better spot than they've had since prime Gallup and actually healthy Gallup, probably just Amari Cooper. So that duo has the potential to be really, really good this year. Now, wide receiver 3, I put an or here, and I am cheating. I acknowledge it. It's Kevontae Turpin or Jalen Tolbert. I suspect you might get more touches from Turpin, but you might get more catches from Jalen Tolbert. Does that differentiation make sense of like getting people involved with runs and stuff? Tolbert was fine last year. He's not a wide receiver 2. As a 3, he works though, but he's not explosive. He's just he can kind of do a little bit of everything, but he's kind of like the jack of all trades, master of none to an extent. Kevontae Turpin cannot do everything because he's too small, but he is explosive. He is a big play generator. He seems to be growing as a pure receiver. I don't think he can ever be a true every down wideout, but he could be your Tavon Austin type. And like the Rams version of Tavon Austin, by the way, under Sean McVay, not the Cowboys version who kind of wasn't totally crazy involved. Can you get him to 3 or 4 touches per game? If you can do that, those could be very valuable. Get him to 5. We'll see what happens on that front. So who has more catches this year? Catches, not touches. Straight up catches. KT for Kevontae Turpin. JT for Jalen Tolbert. Let me know in the comments section of today's show, KT or JT. Let's go to the starting lineup. Left tackle Tyler Guyton is in there. We'll see if he actually is able to play. I think the Cowboys have been pretty pleased, all things considered, with his recovery and his rehab efforts, but it is still going to be a questionable at best status for him to go week 1. Again, we'll know more as practices get going for the Cowboys, Friday, Saturday, etc. The backup, if he cannot go, is Nathan Thomas. Now, Thomas also didn't play a lot in the preseason, which I was a little bit concerned by, because I think he needed more reps. But he would be first in line at left tackle if Guyton cannot go. Left guard through right tackle are all pretty straightforward. No surprises here. Tyler Smith locked in as your left guard. Cooper Beebe hoping for a second-year breakout lined up there at center. Tyler Booker in there at right guard. Right tackle is Terrence Steele. Hopefully he plays better in this new coaching staff, but those are going to have to be ironed out and figured out, and hopefully they play better up front because this offense could be really good. But if the offensive line doesn't take a step forward, it's going to limit the ceiling that this Cowboys offense can hit. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. College football is underway. The regular season is about to be upon us as well. So don't miss any of the action this year on Prize Picks. It's simple to play. Pick more or less on at least 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and up to 2,000 times your money. Keep an eye out for the max discounts. Dak Prescott has a half passing yard. It's a no-brainer. Go do it. Put it in every single one of your Prize Picks lineups. For week 1 of the season, I'm going to pair it with Xavier Worthy, more than 3.5 yards on the ground. So I'm thinking reverse jet sweep one time. Boom, that's all you need. Ashton Genty, more than a half touchdown as well. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's Prize Picks. Run your game. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Let's go to defense. I am going to put Micah Parsons on here. Do I feel great about it? No. It's messy. It's murky. There's a scenario in which he's just like not 100%. But until further notice, he's your number 1 defensive end. DE2, I'm going to cheat here because I think we can define starter in 2 different ways. Who is the first guy out there on defense? That might be Marshawn Nealon from a run-stopping perspective. Who will be out there on the majority of the snaps? That actually might be Dante Fowler because he brings you more juice as a pass rusher. The defensive end room, I think, will feature some rotation and a lot of guys playing. You will see Dante Fowler. You will see Ezraku. You will see Marshawn Nealon. You will see Sam Williams. We'll see if James Houston is active on game days, but he did earn his way onto the 53-man roster. Cowboys have depth. The depth is really good, but, you need this guy to kind of make it all come together and play out. So we'll see about the Micah Parsons front, but hopefully he's locked and loaded, and it's not a drama come week 1 of the NFL season. I will see. Predictions. Will Micah Parsons play in week 1? Y for yes, N for no. Sound off in the comment section of today's show. Do you think Micah plays in the first game of the season? DT1 is Osa Odigizua. This is no surprise at all. And then I'm actually going to put DT2 as Solomon Thomas. I wonder if in the end that Matt Eberflus is going to focus on kind of undersized tackles and slanting and stunting and trying to stop the run that way, which I don't like that much. You'll still see Mozzie, some combination of Jay Toya and Perion Winfrey, but I worry about the defensive tackle room in Dallas. I really do. Kenneth Murray is next up here, the linebacker. I wonder how much rotation we'll get early on, but he didn't play in the preseason. He's on the roster. Jack Sanborn seems like linebacker too. I think that in terms of Sanborn as linebacker too, I think you'll see Maurice Liufau potentially get some playing time in the 3 linebacker packages. I think he is ahead of Damone Clark right now, but the linebacker room, I feel better about this unit than I did going into training camp in the preseason. I saw enough good stuff from some of the young guys to make me feel a bit better about where they're at, especially, knock on wood, once you get DeMarvion Overshown back. We will have Dallas Cowboys coverage for you all season long, good and bad. Hit that sub button right now, youtube.com/@CowboysTV. Do not miss out. Hit that sub button right now, youtube.com/CowboysTV. Quarterback 1 is DaRon Bland. Duh. Obviously, he's going to be the number 1 guy, can do inside and outside stuff. Kyer Elam seems to be the top guy on the inside at cornerback 2. Trayvon Diggs or TBD. Now, we kind of got to the point, I forget which video I said it on, but I'm like, it was my conspiracy theory video on Diggs, of like, hey, what are we about to reach the point where the Cowboys are just going to like slow play Diggs and just say he's back? And kind of quickly with little fanfare because they don't want to admit that they were wrong on his rehab. I kind of think that we're at that point. Like, I think there's a real chance Diggs plays week 1. He looks fine out there doing the stuff he's done so far. I wonder if he does play, if they just kind of make him the third corner. Where base packages, when you have 3 linebackers and only 2 corners out there, it's Bland and Elam. When they go to 3 corner packages, Bland shifts down to the inside at the nickel corner spot, and Diggs is on the outside. That would make some sense to me. Because if it's not Diggs playing, I honestly don't know who the number 3 corner is right now. Because I would have said Zion Jones or Andrew Booth, but, you cut those guys to bring in 2 others, so practice squad promotions, even Keemon Hall could be in that conversation too. It gets a little bit murky all of a sudden. All right, free safety and strong safety, not much conversation here. Malik Hooker is your free safety, and Donovan Wilson is in line to be your strong safety. Marquise Bell, Wanye Thomas will remain your backups on that front. Right now, as we sit here filming this August 28th on our live show, which side of the ball is better for the Cowboys? O for the offense, D for the defense. Let me know in the comment section of today's show, which side of the ball do you think is better? Now, the special team side of it here. Kicker, Brandon Aubrey, locked and loaded. Punter, Brian Anger, locked and loaded. And then, of course, Trent Sieg is your long snapper. Really not much conversations here. Kevontae Turpin is the return man. I'm curious who the second guy back there on kicks is. I kind of want to see it be Jaden Blue. I think that'd be fun. He didn't do it really at Texas, but he has the juice to handle it. That's what I would do, but that's also a little bit Madden style, so, TBD on that front. But I think these are your pretty clear-cut returners this year for the Cowboys. It is mailbag time on the Cowboys Report. So if you haven't already, get those super chats in, or simply get your questions in via #Cowboys. I made a note for you in the mailbag doc if you want to highlight it in yellow if you want to peek at it real quick, Aiden. Use #Cowboys or skip the line altogether via super chat. We will get to Cooper and Alvin and William Cook's super chats as part of the mailbag. I am going to go ahead and get you guys entered into the jersey raffle. That way I don't forget to do it later. With William Cook having another super chat, this is a borderline mailbag presented by William Cook. There's a lot of his super thanks in there. Hey, we still got some room for questions. So, Alvin, William, and Cooper, we will get to your super chats as part of the mailbag. I want to still go in the order. Get to the super chats later, though. Several super thanks we have to get to as well, since we haven't actually been live since for a show since last Monday. Because, we had the Cowboys game on Friday. We were live for that, and then cut downs on Tuesday, so didn't do a live show on Monday. Get your questions in, last call, via #Cowboys, or skip the line via the super chat feature. Remember, this is the super chat menu, by the way. Any super chat gets you a shout-out. $5, you are into the raffle entry. $10 gets you 3 raffle entries. $50 for a shot, $100 for the beer bong. That is the super chat menu on today's show. So we will dive into a bunch of super thanks, plenty of live question time, as well as we hopefully don't have the mailbag blown to smithereens by some type of Micah Parsons update before this is set to go out on Saturday. First question is a super thanks via William Cook. Says it's Linval Joseph time. He will save the defensive tackle position. I wonder if after week 1 they reconsider their lack of defensive tackle help, because at that point you don't have to guarantee contracts for the entire season. All right, several more from William Cook. It's kind of the William Cook mailbag. Says, I'd rather keep Maffa over Sanders, Winfrey over Mozzie Smith. This is the next one came in before the roster cut down time. They kept all 4, technically, so that's a good sign. Also says, how about Israel Abanikanda and Amani O from the Titans? I think those races have probably been run. I kind of don't want to go back down the path of Amani Oruwariye in Dallas, and I think at this point we're kind of past the Israel Abanikanda mindset too. I don't think that really is that great of an idea, unfortunately. Now remember, every $5 super thanks or super chat does get you entered into our week 1 raffle. Even if you can't watch live, you are able to get into the raffles. All right, there is a lot on Micah Parsons here on this particular mailbag. A lot of super thanks on that. He says, I wonder if Micah's contract is the one the Joneses will draw the line in the sand. The Cowboys have this reputation across the NFL that they're either going to cave and give everything if you just drag it out and wait. That's kind of their mind. That's kind of how agents view them right now. 2 ways to change that. Number 1 is to not pay them or pay them early. Those are your options. That's kind of all you have at this point. And we're past that one for Micah Parsons for paying them early. All right, more super thanks I want to get to here from William Cook. He's got a Trading Micah one next up here. Says, trading Micah would not be Herschel Walker trade. It would be trading Charles Haley, the Niners, but with better draft picks. Possible. I'll say this, by the way. You are not going to get the Herschel Walker trade. It's not going to happen. You should give up that trade. All right, let's get to our next super thanks here from Willie. I think it's from William Cook again. No, it's from Nathan Neal is next up. 2-parter. The new info about Jerry saying gave Micah the most guarantees of any non-quarterback on the pros talked about months ago does make sense. However, didn't talk about the years of the contract. I bet you're trying to get Micah to agree to a Tyron Smith deal. 7 to 8 years with huge guarantees. The agent stepped in, said absolutely not, and now we are here with Jerry's feelings being hurt. I think it was a 5-year deal, but it's the same reason I always say you got to wait for the actual contract details to come out. If you're going to try to tweak stuff and adjust with the, when does it guarantee, until you get the actual nitty-gritty details, which you need the agent for, you were never going to have a deal. So I think it's a little bit delusional if Jerry thought he could go around the agent the entire time. It's not how it works in 2025. Also, from Cameron, if Micah does start missing games, do we know what the financial impacts are for him and the team? How much would Micah lose per game? And does any voided money get credited back to the captain of the season? Thanks. So, to break it down, if he is hurt, nope, you don't get anything back. Now, that's kind of the issue they're facing right now, where Micah's cleared to play by the Cowboys, but Micah says his back hurts, and that would then go to the grievance side, or the Cowboys could fine him, suspend him for conduct detrimental to the team, and it can get even more messy than it already is, which is bad. And that's my one-word reaction, by the way, for the Micah Parsons contract saga. One word and one word only for the Micah Parsons contract saga and the disaster it has been so far. Let me know at the pinned comment of today's show. From Strive365, the arrogance on display by the Jones boys after assembling the cheapest team, doing the minimum to be relevant BS, knowingly sending out a bottom defense with a mediocre offense, the same old stuff, different year. They're making it hard to buy in as a fan. We know the routine and how it ends. It's frustrating. I get it. It's not a fun thing to be in right now. It's just not fun. William Cook, after watching the documentary, one thing is clear, that during Jimmy Johnson's time is the drive to win was unrelenting. Now in 2025, that urgency and desire to win does not exist anymore. I agree. The reason why the Jimmy Johnson, Dallas Cowboys, and Jerry Jones relationship fell apart was because of ego. I am extremely concerned we are repeating the exact same issue with Micah Parsons. Again, we'll see how it plays out. But I don't like where we're at. It is uncomfortable right now as a Cowboys fan. And I agree. That drive is not there. Not. They don't have the same win at all costs that, I hate to keep bringing them up, that the Eagles do. They don't have that right now. They need to get that stuff figured out, or else it's just going to be a big old disappointment. So have you watched that Cowboys Netflix documentary? Only one person, by the way, actually commented or told me that they had a voice cameo over from me. Only one person commented that. It was very late in the final episode. K1 Payne caught it. Like, no one else caught it. They did not tell me that was going to happen, by the way, so I'm actually a little mad that they didn't tell me in advance. But have you watched it? Y for yes, N for no. From Westside, if we were to hypothetically trade Micah, that'd be an indication that we are rebuilding. So what was the purpose of trading for Pickens, who also has the same agent? They're all in that athlete's first bucket. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my issue, right? Like, you could have spun this as we're going to get the picks and assets for Micah, and we're going to build a young core right now to win now. But if you go trade for Pickens and trade assets and then trade Micah and objectively make your team, frankly, significantly worse, what are you doing then? Like, what actually is your goal at that point? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So you're right. This is the issue with why it doesn't make sense to trade him in August. From Luffs 3827, can you take the role of GM Tom? Look, I would love to. As I said before, give me ownership for 10 years. I guarantee a title. If not, I will sell the team. That's my offer. From Silk Striker, they always talk about culture and how there needs to be a good culture, but the culture change needs to happen from the top. Jerry and Steven have to change the culture. I agree. The reality is here, it's just the Country Club Cowboys still. They have become the fat cats. That was my big takeaway from the documentary. I've kind of had it before, so it's cheating. But, like, Jerry was the gambler. He's not the gambler anymore. This Micah thing is not a gamble. It's been played out poorly. It's checking until you have to actually wager something. Doesn't make any sense. The culture change does have to come from the top. And I don't know why anything near that we think is going to happen. You can get this Dallas Cowboys hoodie on significant sale, though. Was $80. Now it is just $48. We'll put that link in the comment section and the description of today's show. It's chatsports.com/DAL hoodie. /Dallas hoodie. Chatsports.com/Dallas hoodie. Was $80, now $48. Perfect as the weather kind of gets to get cooler and get a little bit better out there. So if you haven't already, go get yours today. Chatsports.com/Dallas hoodie. Again, that link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. Was $80, now it is just $48. Alvin Newburn, $10 super chat. Thank you, Alvin. Says Michael showed early splashes, but this has turned into a distraction to the team. You can't pay everyone top market value. Get a starter, use the draft picks to add more players and needed depth. You're not paying everybody top market value, though. Like, that's not really where you're at right now. You haven't quite done that. Like, you didn't pay Osa top market value. You paid Dak and Lamb top market value. You have room to pay Micah. And I also think calling it early splashes feels a little bit like a disservice. Like, he's off to the best start among edges we have seen since Reggie White. That's insane. He's off to a Hall of Fame start. Now, if you want to pitch it as let's do the assets, save the money, spend the money, which I don't trust them to do, that's a fine argument, though. $10 from William Cook. At this point, it might be for the best. Get as much as possible. Several firsts and seconds and a starting DT, then move on. Here's the thing. It's August 28th. I actually don't know how many people are willing to give up all of that. Teams have made their roster moves. Teams have made their adjustments. Like, it's not exactly so cut and dry. Like, that's why if you could have had a complete bidding war if you had done this in March. We're past March now. We're now in August, and some of those options kind of thin. Like, for example, the Cardinals and Falcons would have been crazy in on this. Now they've paid Josh Sweat and drafted 2 edges in round 1. They might not. From Donald, if Parsons does get traded, what do you think we get in return? I think the realistic outcome here is you get back a little bit more than the Jalen Ramsey package. I know the report had been like Cowboys looking for ones and a day 2 pick and a good young player suite. I think like Jalen Ramsey plus package, or like the Khalil Mack package minus not having to do the second round pick back to the Raiders from the Bears trade. That I think is realistic. But you're not getting the Herschel Walker package. I do want to emphasize that. Now, we'll be live for every single Cowboys game this year, so do not miss out. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV. That's youtube.com/CowboysTV. Every single Cowboys game, even those holiday ones, we will be live for. Malik, both sides are media junkies and are/will benefit from the drama. Micah signs for less than everyone expects, which will drive podcast views. Light and Jerry, shame for agent stuff. Be a big win. I would honestly be surprised if that's how it went down if he signed for less. Now, everyone expects, I think, at least the highest paid contract ever. So if we're not at that point, like I kind of feel like I would be surprised. Happily surprised, but I would be surprised. Daniel, this is all a ploy tactic by both parties involved, and both have failed. The Jones boys will kill like they always do and pay Micah. It's been that way for years now, Tom. I know it's been that way for years, but I don't like where they're at this moment. It's messy. They don't have a good relationship right now. That concerns me. Someone has to step up. We're at 11 p.m. on the nuclear clock, whatever. I don't like where we're at. I don't. $5 super chat from Cooper Vestal. With the update on Diggs, do you think Gilmore would still be in consideration from both sides? I'd say probably not, unless there's an injury that obviously changes things here. But I would be a little bit surprised if they went after a Gilmore if Diggs is going to be back as soon as we think he's going to be back. So will the Cowboys make any more notable roster moves? Claiming Trevor Keegan off of waivers does not count, by the way. 1 for yes, 0 for no. Let me know if you think the Cowboys will make any more notable roster moves. From Silk Striker, Jerry got what he wanted, attention. They released the Netflix documentary. The whole Micah Parsons drama has everyone talking. Jerry's happy with that. I agree, he's probably happy with that. I don't like the fact that Micah's unhappy. Like, that I think is what's kind of being ignored by the it's all attention theory. Like, if that is Jerry's plan, cool. But he's upset Micah along the way in a way that it never should have gotten to this point. And that's the crux of the issue for me. Last one here from Austin Carey. How does Jerry even get away with not talking to agents? Isn't that against NFL regulations? I guess maybe back in the day, but not with today's NFL. Yes, you are spot on, Austin. That is the issue. It is against the NFL CBA. You are not allowed to do that. You have to go through the agent. The analogy I keep coming back to is, if you are talking with the police, in this case, you are the player, and you say, actually, you know what? I want my lawyer. The interrogation is supposed to stop. Nothing else is supposed to come from that. If it does, it's all tainted fruit, and you can't use it in a court of law. You cannot do that. And that's kind of where we're at right now with the Micah Parsons saga, unfortunately, where if the NFLPA was actually filed a grievance, they seem to just be, NFLPA's got terrible leadership. Like, they've got drama everywhere and scandals everywhere. They seem to not care that much. They would win in a heartbeat. The punishment would be a very small fine, but they would win. The super chat menu on today's show. $5, you are into our raffle entry. $10 gets you 3 raffle entries. $50 for the shots and $100 for the beer bong. News that we will add into our Micah video going out later today. The Cowboys have claimed Trevor Keegan off of waivers from the Philadelphia Eagles. So we will, I have not yet seen who the plan is to release. I would assume they're going to move on from an offensive lineman. Or they could always cut Adeniji and put him back on the practice squad. That might be what they do. But Trevor Keegan claimed off of waivers by the Dallas Cowboys. So they will have to cut somebody to make room for him as well. $2, by the way, from Austin Carey. Did you get the go-ahead on T-Rex? LOL. I loved it. I have not. The last update was that she said she would do T-Rex as the name if we were to name my son her last name. Like that's the element there. So I don't think that one's gonna end up happening. I would love it, but I have my doubts. So. All right, Cooper Vestal. What if they came out and said this because of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce? I would be embarrassed, frankly. Like if that's the path this team ends up going, I think that would be like I don't get it. That would be extremely weird. I don't get that. I get it's the attention stuff, but like I actually gotta think Travis Kelce doing it on cut day was pretty weird. So I would go with no, but at some point it's the Cowboys and you can never fully rule it out, but this has been a messy one to say the least this time around. Let me add Cooper into the jersey raffle again. Make sure I'm caught up on those before we get to our final segment. I think we're caught up, but still want to make sure. Okay, we are set on that front. We're going to dive into my updated Cowboys prediction and their schedule prediction, I should say, in 2025. What do you think the Cowboys record will end up being this year? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Let's go game by game. Week 1 at the Philadelphia Eagles. Thursday night football with plenty of drama, the ring ceremony, all that extra stuff there. The Eagles are a 6.5-point favorite in this one. Not terribly surprising, but they are favored by almost a touchdown in this one. So we shall see what happens on that front okay. Hold on. Let me refresh Twitter. They traded him. Okay. All right, get Chris in here. They traded Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers. All right. I've got the live doc here. Hold on. Chris, get a lower third on screen for me here. That is Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers. Chris will get the lower third on screen. I am going to change. I've got the doc here. Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers. The Madmen finally did it. So Micah Parsons, get the L3 on screen. Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers. I've got the doc. I'll send it to you here in a second, Chris. Micah Parsons is heading to the Green Bay Packers. I don't have details yet on what the contract actually is or what the trade details are. But as we sit here live, Micah Parsons heading to the Green Bay Packers. What a day. Not fun at all for the Cowboys. Micah is heading to the Green Bay Packers. I've got the doc. I just got to get it pulled up here. My computer picks the worst time to fucking freeze and shit, which is not good. I'll send you the doc now, Chris. I've got everything done except the thumbnail. I just have to change it real quick. All right. So, Chris, I would actually say you take control here. All right, let me send you the doc. This is updated. Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers. I'm changing the live headline right now. It is Micah to Green Bay. I have not yet seen the details on what the Cowboys are getting back yet, by the way. It's a 4-year, $188 million deal for Micah Parsons and the Packers. Of course, my computer takes this time to freeze. So Micah is headed to the Green Bay Packers. I'm still waiting details on what the Cowboys are actually getting back here. I have not seen details yet. It's 2 first-rounders? If that's all the Cowboys got back for Micah, that is a horrific joke. If you go into the Cowboys sheet, by the way, there's a saved section with everything built. I don't know if it got moved over to S. It's further down. Just there's a big red tab. So Micah is heading to the Green Bay Packers, waiting on the full trade details. Let me change the headline first. Oop, that is not the right one to put up there. So Micah is heading to the Packers, which pisses me off, by the way. Pisses me off to no end. Maybe just get a one-word reaction up there on the way inside. I see 2 first-rounders as the details here. That's all I've seen. I would hope it's more than 2 firsts. If all you got back is 2 first-round picks, I'm honestly going to be pissed. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. If you only got back 2 firsts, like, it's just horrible. I guess you don't have to make room for the Trevor Keegan claim. If it is only 2 first-round picks, like, what are we doing out here? If you got picked 32 and 29, like, what the hell are you doing, man? Doesn't make any sense at all if that is all you got back. Like, I would be absolutely livid if it is 2 1s. And that's the only thing I've seen out there, is that everyone's got the contract side of it done with Micah, but not anything else. So Micah Parsons headed to the Green Bay Packers. My entire show is cooked, essentially, which is just brutal. So Micah headed to Green Bay. Give me your one-word reaction to the comments. I'm going to change the pin poll to, are you happy with the trade? Everything's built on this, by the way, Chris, except you just have to go update the player L3. So I'm going to delete the other stuff in the doc real quick here. We don't need it anymore. But Micah is a member of the Green Bay Packers here. He is traded from the Cowboys. The emotions get in the way, and Dallas ships off Micah Parsons to Green Bay, which is just absolutely despicable right now. I am genuinely sick to my stomach over this. I just, you fucked around and you found out. That is all you have done here. You have managed to completely botch this entire thing. Like, it has been, you were so close to getting the deal done, and then you fucked around, and now you've traded him for what sounds like only 2 first-round picks. Has anyone else seen anything else? It's a long-term deal for Micah. He gets 4 years, $188 million. Record-setting, no surprise. But I'm sick, man. Aiden, can you go get my toaster for me, please? Have Billy get in here and help with the graphics updating, too. Micah headed to, it's a toaster night, man. It is absolutely a toaster night for the Cowboys. I just don't get it. Like, why would we go down this path? Why would you trade for George Pickens and then be like, oh, actually, it's fine. We'll just do this. Like, and we'll trade away the best young defensive end the NFL's seen since Reggie White. Like, I don't get it. I honestly do not understand it whatsoever. It is incredibly frustrating right now as a Dallas Cowboy fan. It's not fun. It is not fun at all. I am wildly upset. I told you guys this wasn't in a good spot. Please stop telling me that everything was fine. It clearly wasn't. We have reached the critical mass here. And that's not good. I am so unbelievably frustrated and annoyed. Give me your one-word reaction. Give me your one-word reaction. Micah traded to the Green Bay Packers. I'm waiting to see if anybody else is a part of this trade. At least 2 first-rounders is what Matt Schneidman of The Athletic says. At least 2 first-rounders. I don't know if there is anything else on that front. I would hope there's more, but I have quite a bit of doubts right now on that front. Quite a bit of doubts because I don't trust this team when it comes to that. I really don't trust them. Things have gotten bad, and this is frankly a bit of a dark day. I mean, Packers paid him a ridiculous amount of money. It's $47 million per year. Like, that's a ton of money. I am still waiting as we're kind of doing this all on the fly and scrambling here with the details on what else the Cowboys are getting back. I do want to hold off on the short side. I think we can do the stop-start stream, Chris, on that element. But we'll see on that front. It is Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers for at least 2 first-round picks is all we have heard on that front, which is just not a good sign at all. One-word reaction to the Micah Parsons trade news. You have to do it manually via photos, by the way, because I've got stuff in there. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter, I suppose, at this point. So, one-word reaction to the Micah Parsons trade news. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. It is set to be 2 first-round picks and a player for Micah Parsons. So 2 first-round picks and a player to be determined for Micah Parsons. Micah getting a record-setting contract as well. It is 2 first-round picks and a player to be determined. So we will wait and see what that player looks like. I kind of want to bet on the Packers from the Super Bowl now. So we'll see what happens there. Don't know yet who the player is coming back to Dallas. I'm going to pull up the Packers depth chart and think if I can get one here. I honestly kind of don't want it to be Lucas Van Ness. I don't think he's that great. Is it a corner maybe? They don't have good corners. We'll see. I am now kind of excited to see. It says it's a frontline player. Just name the fucking player. Like, that's all I want. Name the player. Tell me who it is. I kind of hope it's not Lucas Van Ness, honestly. That would kind of be not the best case scenario. I doubt it's Rashawn Gary. I don't know. We'll see. One-word reaction to the Micah Parsons trade news. It is 2 first-round picks at least and a player. Of note, by the way, the Cowboys and the Packers play in Week 4 on Sunday Night Football. I wouldn't be shocked if it was Lucas Van Ness, but I don't think he's honestly that great of an option at this point. I hope that's not the case. We'll get some of those super chats here in just a little bit. Like Lucas Van Ness would be such a mediocre package to get back. Whatever. One-word reaction. There's a lot of upset people, and you are right to be upset. It's a shitty day. It's a shitty day. Some of your creators out there said the deal was already done. They were just dragging it out for attention. It's not. Got to delete Nealand as the extra one there on the depth chart. Just bump Turner up. Good call, though. So Cowboys are... I don't feel good about the season, man. I don't feel good about it. I really don't. I guess also front line could mean offensive line too. I guess that could be the case there. So give me your one-word reaction to the Micah Parsons trade news. Kenny Clark is headed back to the Cowboys. That's a good player. That's a very good player the Cowboys got back. But it's not Micah Parsons. It makes me feel a little bit better, but I still don't like the trade. Kenny Clark is a good player. But Kenny Clark is, he's a good player at least. 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark are heading to the Dallas Cowboys on this trade package. I told you it wasn't going to be the Herschel Walker trade. Told you it wasn't going to be. I don't love where we're at. I feel bad for Kenny Clark. Honestly. It's not good. It's not a good day to be a Cowboys fan. Kenny Clark is headed to the Dallas Cowboys along with 2 first-round picks. Adam Schefter has an "and" after his most recent tweet. I don't know if there's supposed to be anything else involved there. Full terms per Ian Rappaport, Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks and Micah Parsons. That's where we're at. That is all you get back. You're going to get pick 31 and 32 next year or some shit, and a good but older defensive lineman. That's all you get back for Kenny Clark, or for Micah Parsons. It's brutal. Can't have it. One-word reaction. Then we'll get to the trade details. Then we'll get to some super chats. Perfect. Kenny Clark to the Cowboys along with 2 first-round picks. And we can go to that as soon as possible, by the way. Yeah, definitely go to it. The Cowboys have traded, for those of you just now tuning in, have traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. The Cowboys are getting Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks, and the Packers are getting Micah Parsons back. Do we have the trade top, by the way? See if you can upload that there. So Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks to the Cowboys. Green Bay gets Micah Parsons. Let me do this here. Grade the trade now that we know it. I'm doing A/B together. I'm going to tweet this out too. Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks, Kenny Clark, and that's it. That is all the Cowboys get back. That is it. I think you should flip them. Flip them in the sheet because I think it'll work on the trade top, which is actually pretty cool there. Micah Parsons fetching back a 2 firsts and a good player, but one who is not as good as he is. So a not fun day for Cowboys fans everywhere as Micah Parsons heading to the Green Bay Packers. Kenny Clark and 2 firsts is the trade package here. Kenny Clark and 2 firsts. I like Kenny Clark. He's a good football player. He's not Micah Parsons. I don't like it. Grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. All right, here's how I want to play this. Let's do a full screen short, stop, start, get it to Durham so he can post it. And then we'll do the super chat stuff. Let's get into the cut, though, kind of quickly. And then you can take someone to highlight cut it, and Aiden can slide it in here. I don't know if we can do the band interview. Timing is going to be a little tough, but I think we'll try to. I think we'll try to. You have Will's number, right? Okay, I'll send it to you. All right, grade the Micah Parsons trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Grade that Micah Parsons trade. So I'm juggling all kinds of stuff behind the scenes here. Just screenshot this and I'll text it to you, Chris. If we need to, you can call or Jack can call, whatever. Grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. 50% of the live chat is voting F right now. So, I mean, again, I'm not surprised. The players sure as shit ain't happy about it. Again, the fact that we have gotten to this point is frankly unacceptable. I told you guys earlier today, it can go from 0 to 100 real quick, and boy, did it. To trade him to the rival and the Packers, too, really pisses me off. I really don't like it at all. I hate it here, man. I absolutely hate it here. I hate it. Have you messaged Durham yet, by the way? I guess, by the way, I should review who won the Micah pool entry, because that's a done deal. That's a done deal. Let me pull it up here. I think someone yesterday sent me this, by the way. Yeah, the most recent entry was Tucker Yarborough, who sent it yesterday. So Tucker wins. He did say extension, but doesn't matter. It's just whatever it is. So grade the Micah trade, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. Plenty of super chats. We will get to those here momentarily. It is all hands on deck at all the different studios here at Chat Sports right now. So Micah traded to the Green Bay Packers for Kenny Clark and for 2 first-round picks. You all set? Perfect. We're going to do a quick short to put it up on the channel, and then we will get back to your super chats and all the coverage here as well. The Dallas Cowboys have done the unthinkable. They have traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers as the relationship completely fell apart from so close to a deal to trading away the best young edge rusher statistically to begin his career since, well, Reggie White, which I'm sure Packers fans love. The Cowboys get back Kenny Clark, a very good defensive tackle, but he's not Micah, and 2 first-round picks. I'm sick to my stomach. The relationship completely fell apart. The Cowboys moving on from their best player on the roster. You didn't get close to the Herschel Walker trade. You were never going to. But Micah traded, and it's not a fun day to be a Dallas Cowboys fan. But we'll get to your super chats here in just a little bit. We'll go to the super chat menu as well. I do want to give a bunch of shout-outs for that. It's a whirlwind day here on the Cowboys Report. Congrats to Tucker Yarbrough for winning the pool. Came in yesterday. She nailed that one. He sure nailed that one. This is the super chat menu. Then we'll get to a bunch of these here. Any super chat equals a shout out. A $5 super chat equals a raffle entry for our week 1 raffle. We will give that away. $10 gets you 3 jersey raffle entries, which I'll update as we go along here. $50 for a shot. Someone please make me do a shot. $100. Someone please make me do a beer bong. I don't want to be sober right now. That's a bad thing to say, but also I'm right, so who exactly cares? That is the super chat menu on today's show. $100 will put your name on the toaster, by the way. Mr. Toaster's back. William Cook and McJowers were on there when they hired Schottenheimer. So $100, and we will do that. My Sharpie is either on my desk or in Studio T. So let's get to some of the super chats again. For those of you just now tuning in, Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers for Kenny Clark and 2 first-round selections. That is the trade details that have come in here. Micah for Kenny Clark and 2 first-rounders. Austin Carey, 3 entries here. We'll try to rip through these so we can get to the cut here in a little bit. Thank you, Matthew Temple. Give me the beer and the bongs, Aiden. I need them. I'm so mad right now. But at least the drama is over. We can focus on the season and not talk about this every damn day. Also, our defense just got drastically worse. Yes, it just got drastically worse. I like Kenny Clark. He is not Micah Parsons. He would have been a great pickup in addition to Micah Parsons. You still got a bad defense. You got a bad defense, man. It is not in a good spot at all. We can just go through other super chats here. Matt J says, beyond pissed, we're a joke. Yeah, I agree. Give me that one. No happy dad right now. We're going straight beer, baby. Gabriel, $10. I prayed Ricky was wrong. I hate it here. All right, now I can say this publicly because I wasn't going to get him in trouble if it didn't come true. I talked to Ricky when he sent out that last Cowboys Parsons tweet because he and I have joked about me using Thunderbolt on myself holding Pikachu in a tub. And after he put that out, I said, I'm like, so I guess I do need to use Pikachu. And he's went, gotta think so. That's why I've been so like, I don't like where we're at right now because I knew that they weren't in a good spot. So, Mark, so I guess, now we're kind of caught up here. If Jerry Jones gave salary and guarantees to Micah, whatever, that was one of the screw 11. If Jerry Jones is lying, Jerry's dumb. Guess the order of operations don't matter here. Messy as all get out. Here we go. Do we have the 100 in? I guess I do want to give Matt some love for that one there. I know I'm kind of having to do a bunch of stuff here. There we go. From Matt Temple. We all need a drink right now, Tom. Chris Young and the Rangers are my only hope. Here we go. That's disgusting film. Put Matthew Temple on here. Matt Temple, you're on to the toaster. Is this the night I plug it in? Y for or drop it in the tub and plug it in. Y for yes, N for no. Massive Matt, $10 super chat. Dallas has traded Luka and Parsons in the same calendar year. F-bomb. You know what? We're doing Cowboys Report after dark. You can say fuck today. This team, I wish I was born under a different fandom. Here's my question. Should I raise my son as a Cowboys fan? Should I do that? Or do we have to call like Child Protective Services on me for that? Like, I don't know if I can do that anymore. It's just unbelievably messy. Unbelievably messy here. Massive Matt, 3 entries. Making sure I'm caught up on this one here. I'm not even going to read what Micah tweeted out. I don't care anymore. Double J2288. Jerry Jones is a despicable human and traded the boat for comedy tickets. It's toaster season. $100, I'll keep ripping beer bongs and doing toasters. Or put your names on the toaster. Keep doing it all night long if we need to. C1. There better be more than 2 firsts. At least give me a player or 2. Perhaps Jacobs. Yeah, you're not getting that because they're trying to win games. This is your trade details. Micah to Green Bay, Kenny Clark, and 2 first-round picks to the Packers. I have a buddy who's a huge Packers fan. I've got several of them. I'm waiting to have text from them. I've not looked at my phone. I'm sure there's a lot of it. It's just you traded him in fucking August. What a fucking joke. Pug Racer. Jerry thinks this is going to be to a Herschel Walker move. I mean, you're not. Oh, and they cut Ryan Flanoy too, by the way. What are we doing out here? Salt in the wound there, man. Salt in the wound. All right, KV, because I don't want to botch the pronunciation. Because I feel like a dick when I do that. Great, we'll pick in the mid-first and late 30s for a generational superstar. Amazing trade, bro. This is it. You're gonna get, I think, 2 late 30s picks. You're gonna get what? Or I guess early 30s. But you're gonna get what? Pick 28 if best case? Like, isn't Green Bay the favorite to win the NFC now? You might have just given the Packers a fucking Super Bowl to get 2 first-round picks back. If you get, what are you doing out here, man? Doesn't make any sense. It's not even a rebuilding trade because he added a 30-year-old defensive tackle. So what are you actually trying to do? At least you got 2 firsts and not one's like the Luka trade, I guess. Anthony Davis and Kenny Clark is actually like, it's NBA, so it's like scaling tiers, like percentage-wise. Nah, probably still higher. I don't know. Michael Hyde. This is a Seahawks fan saying this, by the way, too. Worst part of this is when Jerry dies, Stephen Jones, incompetent bum, will take over and run with his son. Even death can't save you from this shit. I know. That's my issue. That is my problem here. All right, let's rip through these supers. Oh, sorry, I've got a bunch more. And then if you guys haven't been working on the post-prod, finish that up here. I would assume in that doc I sent, in that doc, it should just need copy adjustments is all we should need. Very, very minimal ones. Mailman Mike, I despise being a Cowboys fan. I don't know if I can raise my son as a Cowboys fan. Like, that's how down bad I am right now. William Meehan, another one into the jersey raffle. 2 first-round picks. They might as well be second-round picks. You're going to be picking around the range you took Mozzie Smith and Tyler Guyton. Like, that's not a great spot to be. It's really not. I don't like it. I just don't like it. From Mark, again, thank you, Mark. Says it's a trick question. Depends on what we got. Have any stud DTs? Clark's solid, but we need more. Green Bay got rid of an old guy. Green Bay is already one of the youngest teams in football, and they just got younger, by the way. In fact, they might be the youngest team. Let me double check that right now on the fly here. The Packers are the youngest team in football, and they got younger by adding Micah Parsons because they shipped off Kenny Clark in the process. Matthew Skipper, Donovan Ezeraku, you are our only hope. I mean, who here loves this pass rush room right now? I feel the defensive tackle room is better. But, I don't know why you kept 5 defensive tackles. I don't know. I don't. You didn't time this up at all. Because now you cut Ryan Flanoy, who's going to go through waivers. I haven't even checked to see if Zion Childress made it through waivers yet. I honestly just don't care. It's just ridiculous. Juan backwards. I remember that's how it's spelled now. We got ripped off so hard, this makes the Luka trade seem nice. I think this is better than the Luka trade. It's 2 first-round picks. But, because the Luka trade was, they didn't do anything. They just shipped him off to L.A. At least you shopped him here. All right, Patriot King TV putting you in. Or King TTV, excuse me. It's a Twitch thing, I think. All right. So as a fan of Cowboys sports, we lose 2 generational players, Luka and Micah. What else can happen? This sucks. I just thought of the answer, and I really don't want to say it. I really don't want to say it. Double J2288 legit might rival a worse trade than Luka. I still think the Luka one is worse, but the Cowboys tweeted out, "Tune into our emergency reaction podcast now." Are you fucking kidding me? This is a fucking joke. Zero fucking awareness. Zero awareness. What are you doing? I get it's not even the team, but what are we doing here? That's what you tweet out? What the fuck are you guys doing over there? Get your shit together. Roman Wolf Gaming, what year are those first-round picks? This year and next year. This year and next year. Packers have 1 first-round pick. So, Mighty Ant 0215, someone take Jerry out. Will McClay must be pissed. I know we're all pissed. Z-Stead Official, praying that Ezeraku becomes 3/4 of what Micah is. Shit, if you get that, it's a pretty good outcome for Ezeraku. Still might need. You better hope Nealand is also good, though. So, get jacked. I'm angry. I've spent any money on this stupid effing team. I get it. Michael Hernandez, what's worse? I still think the Luka trade is worse because they didn't handle it even worse. They could have shopped him for more, but they didn't. Matt Temple, Luka 2.0. I am down with a Luka 2.0 trade conversation. That's reasonable, but I'm an unhappy camper today. Alexander Forte into the raffle. We live in the dumbest timeline. Yes, we do. Gatlin, bro, I'm over this clown shit. Not only traded, but to the team that has haunted you for years. Here's your comp. This is the Cowboys or the Mavs trading Luka to the Spurs. And it's a rival, and they have another good young player. Unbelievable. Mark, I can see Jerry Jones and Son patting themselves on the back. Unbelievable. I'm actually almost more upset about the Cowboys tweet, honestly. What are you doing out here? Like, what are you doing out here? I got friends who work for the Cowboys.com site. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, can you just read the room? You're really just going to flip it to get views? Come on. Jeffrey, so long, Micah. I'm going to drink now. Hey, $50 for shots, $100 for some beer bongs. We can ride tonight. JetWolf90. 3 to entries. Trading Micah is a rebuilding move for a team that can't rebuild. The talent on this roster is good enough to win 6 to 8 games, and that's not enough for a playoff or top 5 pick. I am disgusted. This sums it up so well, I'm going to screenshot it so I don't forget it, because you nailed it, JetWolf. This is spot on. You're not bad enough to be bad, and you're not good enough to do anything that matters. You're stuck in purgatory. That's the worst place to be. All right, Borelli, $2. Jerry trying to outdo Nico for GM of the year today. Nick Reeder, 13. Am I wrong for wanting to find a new team? I get it. I will stay here. I will be here. But I'm down bad. Lance Dunbar's burner is back. Says, is there a world where Schefter is wrong or Micah refuses the deal? There has to be an out to this. Right, Tom? You are in the, hold on. You are in the, I think you're in the bargaining stage of grief? Or is this the denial stage of grief? I think you're in the bargaining stage. Right? Or is it one of those two? Anger is next. I'm in the anger stage. I will be depressed when I hop off air. That's when I get depressed. All right, G is in with a $10 super chat. Not even trying to be butthurt, but trading a 26-year-old in his prime for a 29-year-old, leaving his prime with lower production and 2 first-round picks we're just going to use for O-line is a bad trade. You are allowed to be butthurt tonight. That is okay. That is okay. Brian Lane, a $5 super chat. Jerry would rather take that money to his grave than win a Super Bowl. That's my issue. Are the Cowboys going to spend $40 million now? Or is it just going to be like, oh, it's gone? Kind of my mindset. I don't think they're going to spend it. All right, Paul McDavid here. Too bad as fans we can't trade GM/owners. Jerry would have been gone a long time ago. Yes, he would have. Kevin Valencia. Hey, Tom, just wanted to say farewell. I can't be a Cowboys fan since been one since 2005. I just can't do it anymore. But I still love you and your videos. Keep it up. Appreciate that, Kevin. Cheers to you, my friend. OH6 Gaming. 3 entries. The Cowboys never win a Super Bowl as long as the Jones boys own the team. With them cutting Booth and Childress, does that mean Diggs is playing week 1? I would lean yes, but I don't know for certain on that front. I would lean yes, but they could always call him up from the practice squad. I was going to check to see the waiver claims, but I don't have time for that right now. So, Austin Carey, are both firsts this year or next year? It's one this year, one next year. 2026 and 2027. The Packers only have 2 first-round picks. They only have 1 first-round pick this year. So, it's just the first this year and just the first next year. That's all they get. 11 from Heaven says, Cowboys made a good move. Like it or not, he was asking for too much and doesn't fit Shoddy's scheme. I like it. Shoddy's an offensive coach. What do you mean he doesn't fit the scheme? I would actually completely disagree with that. But 11 from Heaven might just be happy that Micah's somewhere else now. Silvestre says, Jerry said, Nico, hold my beer. There you go. Empire we are. A rebuilding trade? What is the team direction? The team looks like the meanderings of an old man. Yeah. You're not rebuilding because you got a veteran defensive tackle who's good, but you're not good enough to do anything. Like, what is your plan? What is your plan? Come on. Rip City Bandwagon. Put that on there. Who is replaced in starting lineup? Mozzie? Does Dante Fowler replace Micah? Yeah, Mozzie/Solomon Thomas are out. Kenny Clark is in for sure. Dante and Nealand, I'm thinking, are going to be your starters at edge, but that'd be my guess. It'll be a rotation, and we'll see. $10 from Red Eyes Black Dragon. 300. Might as well send Dak to the Niners as a backup QB too. LOL. By the way, I dare you to raise your son as a Seahawks fan. Maybe he just gets to choose. That's what my parents did. My parents let me choose. because they were all Bengals fans. It also wasn't the Steelers or Browns, so it was a win for them. So, like, not Eagles. Like, my other big issue, by the way, and I do want to put this, if we can, into the show. Like, you're basically going to rent Kenny Clark for a year. Kenny Clark, let me pull this up here. Kenny Clark has, no, that's not right at all. Sorry, that's not right. He costs $19 million next year. He's got a $21.5 million cap hit. He's dirt cheap this year, but he's expensive next year. Nick, I don't know if I can read this one off. I feel like if I say the phrase that's on screen, I'm going to get put on a watch list. That's my thought process here. So, actually, I want to do one more thing. As a side, I want all of the Packers draft picks for tampering. Can I get those too? They clearly tampered. Can I get those picks too? I'm tweeting that out. All right, Jotman. If my computer would work, that'd be freaking awesome tonight. All right, $5 says, man, F this team. Can the Green Reaper hurry up on the Jones doorstep? That's the nicest way I can say it. Yeah, the issue is the Sun ain't any better. Sun is not any better. Get you entered there, Jotman. I'm not even about to tweeting out. I can't do shit right now on my computer. Of course, it's not fucking working today when I need it to fucking work, right? All right, Resin. Sell the team. Start the rebuild. Only thing left. And that's the issue because they're never going to sell the team. They're never going to do it. It's never going to happen in a million years. Jerry would rather burn down the entire universe than do it. It's never going to happen. Got to Nick. Resin was our most recent one. Physics is in. There we go. So thank you, Physics. Appreciate that. Double J, I'm here for the masochism and Jerry hate. That's why I keep making toaster plugs, right? $100, your name goes on the toaster. Gabriel, if you raise your son as a Cowboys fan, I'm calling CPS. Probably just going to let this one, I'm just going to let him choose. Tubbs, Micah is not Luka. His play never led to playoff wins, waiting for a chip. 47 is too much. LOL, love the player, but never at that price. Here's the thing, guys. It didn't have to be 47. If you had played this properly a year ago, it might have been 37. But you fucked up, and you let everyone's feelings get hurt, and you screwed the pooch again. Congrats to Trayvon Diggs signing with the Packers in 2026, by the way. Tweet that out, too. All right, Z-Stead official. We got to that one earlier from earlier. Juicy Juice. Bad day in Americana Kaka. I don't know what that means. Bad day, maybe you meant? I don't know. Mighty Ant 0215 says, this is bullshit. I'm so mad at Hope. Love Parsons. I'm not going to do that one either. I'm not going to cheer for injuries. I won't do that. But I'm not going to cheer for him. Put it that way. Gimli21, to all the Cowboys fans who are happy and love Jerry, I hope him and his son run the team forever. You deserve it. Tom, I'm sorry. It's your job to cover this team. Tank for Arch, I guess. That's the issue. You can't do it. You can't. I'm trying to think of a good response to the Cowboys tweet, just confirming it. Oh, I know. I'll just put the cloud emoji in the responses. That's what I'm going to do. That makes so much more sense. Makes so much more sense. Let me go find my profile. My profile header is never changing. It is never changing here. I'm just going to respond to that underneath the Cowboys main account. That'll get some traction. You're not bad enough to tweet to tank for Arch, who I also don't know if he's going to turn pro. Kind of don't think he's going to. Lo-Fi, I'm so glad I got emotionally detached from myself after the last playoff Packers game. The Joneses are corrupt losers. I would be lying to you if I wasn't a little bit less emotionally attached to. I don't know. I'm a little bit numb to the pain. TF Johnson 55. Cowboys got late first-round picks from Green Bay, and they will have early first-round picks too. You might have like mid-first-round picks. Again, like, why'd you go get Kenny Clark, who is going to be a cut candidate next year? Because he's cost $21 million on the cap. I think there's a real chance that Micah costs less on the cap next year than Kenny Clark does. How about that one? How about that one? How about it? Mark! Tom, I would bikini wax. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whoopi and relations at the same time before having to deal with Jerry Jones and his stupidity. Watch Jerry Jones and his son smile, smugly smile. I wonder when the next time they're going to go talk to people is. I wonder. Zachary, is Kenny actually good? He is good. He ain't Micah good, though. He's not Micah good. He's a solid player. But he's not Vita Vea good. He's not Aaron Donald good. He's just good. Eddie Spaghetti, could we have done the same contract like Green Bay? Sure, you could have, but you didn't. You could have got him for less. Even after the agent got involved, it wasn't going to cost you $47 million. It wasn't going to. Like, they dug in and waited and fucked this up. They fucked it up. Because if you really thought this was going to be the possibility here, you should have flipped them months ago. You dragged this out again. You even dragged out the trade. You dragged out the trade too. They failed. We can be mad at Micah too. We can be mad at him too. The wise Ach J Dub 99. Let's be for real, Tom. I know it sounds horrible. Not gonna lie, terrible trade. Take it to deal with it. But I believe our defense can hold its own without him. Ticks me. We got rid of him for an old guy. The Cowboys with Micah from an EPA perspective, number one defense. Without Micah, bottom two. I'm scared about this defense, man. Christopher Williams, $5. Unfortunately, I need Jordan Love to get hurt for the season so the Packers can be worth something. Yeah, we're going to cheer a lot against the Packers this year. I already didn't like them, and now I like them even less. So, William Cook. Once again, Jerry making his personal feelings about loyalty make this team worse. Not a fun day. Where are we at with the cut angle? Like, ready to cut? All right, let's do this. Let's do the cut. Then Chris take Billy to do the highlight cut and push it. And then we can come back here, get caught up on Super Chats. I want to have at least a mailbag cut to get to. So you can kind of just like show them how to like build the weigh-ins, just like some generic ones, just some meltdown stuff. And then I'll do other videos afterwards, after live. So late night here. William, yeah, I agree. Sebastian, $5. Then we'll get set up for the news cut. Plenty more Super Chats to go through. We will stay live all night long if it takes. Someone will stay with me. You guys can either volunteer or you'll be voluntold. Someone will stay live with me. As long as the Super Chats are coming in, there is a lot to discuss here on the Cowboys Report. Soon as producer Chris gives me the thumbs up, I'll just follow your lead on it since there was a player involved and it's all kind of crazy. So more, if you Super Chatted already, we will get back to you. I promise you, we will get to your Super Chats. We know exactly where we left off at, and we will get, boy, there are a lot of them still. We will get to them, I promise you. So stay tuned. I know there's a lot we have not gotten to. There is a lot going on. I would expect we get Tyler Smith, DeRon Bland extensions maybe soon to kind of help cut the nerve of it, but that wouldn't be a huge surprise either. You had money to burn, though, no matter what. So get your Super Chats. Keep them coming. We're going to break down the Micah Parsons trade now. The Dallas Cowboys have traded away Micah Parsons. They are sending him to a division rival. It does sound like, based on the reporting from ESPN's Todd Archer, that the Cowboys essentially took the best deal that was presented to them from all the different teams that had expressed interest. The Cowboys are sending him to the Green Bay Packers, a rival, which I just is just unfathomable that we are at this point, and the Cowboys have shipped off Micah Parsons. These are the trade details. Cowboys giving up Micah, so Green Bay gets one of the best young edges in football. Also giving him, I should just reset it. You're right. Yeah, it's a good call. We'll reset it then. Shouldn't have said division rival. Conference rival is the word I'm looking for there. That's fine. I also got to tell you, Prize Picks is the sponsor, by the way. So that's my fault. Details here again. Someone say got it, by the way. Someone tell Marshall got it in Slack. Cowboys giving up Micah. Since I screwed up the start, we'll just do it again. My bad. Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks. All right, all set for take 2 since I screwed it all up there. Yeah, there you go. Feel free to type L in the chat, by the way. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. The Cowboys have traded away Micah Parsons. He is going to the Green Bay Packers, one of their rivals, for a deal that is certainly not remotely close to the Herschel Walker package, but it was never going to be. The relationship between the two sides, specifically Jerry and Micah, fell apart, and the Cowboys doing the stupid path of trading a generational player in late August, 1 week before week 1. Here are the trade details. The Packers getting, of course, Micah Parsons. Nothing going back to them. The Cowboys are getting a good, but not as good anymore, Kenny Clark, and 2 first-round picks, which will almost assuredly be late first-round picks. We're all going to be cheering heavily against Green Bay this year and next year. I feel sick to my stomach looking at this photo. Micah, a member of the Green Bay Packers. Dallas adding Kenny Clark, 2 first-round picks. My biggest problem with everything the Cowboys do is the process. The process is bad. If you were going to trade Micah, you could have made an argument to do that. And you should have done it in March. I think you would have gotten more. You would have had more teams involved. Teams like the Falcons would have been more interested. You would have had an earlier pick. Teams like the Cardinals would have been involved. Other teams would have had more money, though. You could have gotten more, but you dragged out the entire thing again. If it deteriorated in March when it didn't really, it fell apart in August after Jerry's comments, and then Micah clapped back, and it all got even worse. If you had done this properly, you could have either paid him, and we wouldn't be having this live show, or you could have simply just traded him and gotten more back. The process has once again led to failures by the Dallas Cowboys organization. And I'm tired of this always being the case. And now, the best pass rusher you have seen since DeMarcus Ware, the best pass rusher statistically to enter the NFL in his first 4 seasons since Reggie friggin' White, is gone. Teams don't find edges who put up 12 sacks in each of their first 4 years. That's Reggie White. That's it. That's it. Only guy who's done it. All the extra off-field stuff I get, you got 2 late firsts. If those firsts are Tyler Smith and CeeDee Lamb, awesome. Guys, what if it's Tyler Guyton and Mozzie Smith? It's bad. What is your one-word reaction to the Micah Parsons trade news? It's the pinned comment on today's show, so go vote. Give me your one-word reaction. I'm just going to have meltdowns. It's crash out time. Because your players are not happy. CeeDee Lamb has the crying emoji on his Instagram story. You traded away Micah Parsons, and I've been doing advanced draft work. I don't think next year's class is actually that good. Like, you're not going to get Keldrick Fault where you're drafting probably. One of these first-round picks probably has to go be an edge rusher now. You traded away Micah Parsons for 2 late firsts and Kenny Clark. You are now teetering towards the worst place to be in football. The spot the Jones boys have desperately tried to avoid. Mediocrity. I'll go more in depth on that. I do want to discuss Kenny Clark. He wasn't as good last year. We all know that. At least we should know that now. Maybe not everyone is locked into Green Bay Packers football. I probably shouldn't say we all know that. Kenny Clark is a good football player. He is an upgrade over what the Cowboys had outside of Osa Odigizua. He has shown signs of decline. He is not the same guy he was at his absolute best. His pressure rates have gone down, and they've changed defensive schemes. I get all of that. But there is a possibility that Kenny Clark is a rental. Kenny Clark, look at the contract right now, just a meager $2.3 million over the Cowboys. Super affordable. He turns 30 this year. The Cowboys have him on the books for $21.5 million next year. 21.5. Now, the dead cap is 0. So you could cut him if you wanted to. But you got to pay him $21 million, $21.5 million next year if you want to keep him. I don't think Dallas is going to do that. I kind of feel like there's a real chance Kenny Clark is a rental. And I am not a fan of that particular idea at all. I simply just don't like it. I like the player. It makes sense for now. But next off season, we might be singing a very different tune. Now, today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. The regular season is almost here. College football is underway. This news is making me miss some college football games, by the way. Makes me sad, but do what you got to do. Don't miss any of the action this season, though, on Prize Picks. It's simple to play. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in up to 2,000 times your money. It is the best way to get action on sports in more than 40 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. You can always keep an eye out for the discounted Prize Picks options. Dak Prescott a half passing yard. They'll get there because they might have to throw it a lot now without Micah Parsons. I'm also pairing with Xavier Worthy more than 3.5 yards on the ground. Ashton Genty more than a half touchdown. So go download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It's Prize Picks. Run your game. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. One more time for you. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. So Micah and the Cowboys. Here's my concern now. I don't think this defense is going to be very good. Like, you got worse, and I was already worried about your defensive quality. Now you don't have Micah Parsons. I am concerned your pass rush is going to take a step down. I like Dante Fowler. Good for what he is. He's a good pass rusher. Ezeraku, I loved him coming out of Boston College. I thought that was a steal. Marshawn Nealon can maybe be a good time, run stopper. Sam Williams is young. James Houston can rush the passer. Where does this pass rush unit rank now in football? Kenny Clark's good, but he's not a pass rusher. Like, this unit went from, we got depth, we got a number one player, we're in a good spot, to, we might have like a bottom 10 pass rush this year. I am highly concerned about this defense. I don't know why you have 6 defensive tackles on the roster now. Go trade or cut somebody else. You don't need all these guys. Like, weird timing, weird structure, all of it. You cut Flanoy to make room for Trevor Keegan today, which we're not even talking about right now because we got the Micah trade going on. I don't get it. I don't get what this team does. You traded for an older player for late first-round picks, and now you're going to be stuck and caught in this, purgatory area. And that is what worries me. My concern is that you're going to be stuck in purgatory. And that is why I don't like this trade. Because you're not committing to the rebuild, and you're not committing to winning at all costs right now. That's what bothers me. With that in mind, grade the Micah Parsons trade. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. I tried to tell you guys you were never going to get the Herschel Walker trade. I tried to tell you guys things were not in a good spot. Shout out to those of you who were tuned in for our live show, and I was like, I said we were at DEFCON 1 pretty much, and here we are. It's a bad day. 2 firsts, Kenny Clark for Micah Parsons. I would have expected more if you had done this deal in March, like a competent franchise does. An incompetent franchise finds a way to do stuff like this, to screw up and trade your best player and not get elite return back. You got the run-stopping DT. Sweet. Now you don't have the pass rusher. This defense, I think, is worse than what it was last year, and they weren't very good last season. I don't like where we're at. I'm an unhappy person tonight. We will not go anywhere. I know some of you guys are demoralized. It's valid. I get it. Hit that sub button. We will still have live videos, live shows, daily videos every single day. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV. Kenny Clark is a good player. He is not Micah Parsons. He is a good run stopper. He has shown signs of decline. He is expensive next year at $21.5 million. He helps you this year. And this is my big picture issue, right? You are not committing to a rebuild because Kenny Clark might help you win an extra game or a half game. He's an old veteran. Why do you have him? If you were rebuilding, it should have been all picks or all young guys, not Kenny Clark, because the Packers barely saved anything with that trade. If you were committing to winning now, then why are you trading Micah Parsons? But then why did you go out and get George Pickens in a trade? How does that make any sense? You're kind of setting yourself up here to be in the one spot Jerry Jones has tried to avoid for decades now, and that is being mediocre and having apathy and not being a top 10 team, but also not being a bottom 10 team, and kind of being what you were last year with 12 wins, or with a 12 pick in the draft and 8 wins, 7 wins, 6 wins, something like that. To get that top end quarterback in the top 5, you got to win like 3 or 4 games, guys. And there's still too many good players on this team. That's the issue. You're not bad enough to be bad and go tank for somebody, and you're not good enough to be good and win shit that matters. So I don't like the trade of Micah Parsons. What do you think, though? Y for yes, N for no? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. It's dumb, man. It's dumb that we're here. Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers. It was not the way it was previously. It was not the same, Jerry's doing it for the attention. It wasn't this time. It got worse. And it was a bad relationship, and it deteriorated. And the Cowboys flipped him in August. And I hate it here. The rest of the NFL is mocking the Dallas Cowboys again. All right, Super Chat time. Nate Man 23. I know it flipped away from Chris Hudd. We'll get to him here in a second, too. Nate Man 23. We will get to all the Super Chats. We are extremely behind on them. I apologize for that. It says, thoughts on the Cowboys playing Green Bay in Dallas on the 28th. I would expect a lot of boos for Micah Parsons, and I also expect a lot of boos every time Jerry Jones does anything. Like, my mindset. Chris Hudd, not to mention those first-round picks are going to be terrible. Packers will finish top third of the league. I mean, it might be top 10th. Like, they might be in the conference championship game. Like, that should be the goal for the Packers. Make it to its championship game. So now you can pick 28. I hate it. Darren Morris, I can't wait when Micah sacks Dak 3 times in week 4, and they consistently show Jerry and Steve in the box on the television. They can't believe this genius of a plan didn't work out. I don't know what the over is or what it will be on Micah Parsons sacks in week 4. I am hammering the over. Like, I think that is just going to be a free win. Like, I don't see any way in which he doesn't have we're going to have a Randy Moss style game out here. Like, that's what's going to happen. It is going to be a Randy Moss-esque game from Micah in week 4. Because guess what? The back's fine now. Back's fine. All right. Thank you, Darren. We got to Nate Man already. What's up next there in our ordering? Prime, I'm following Micah. Screw Jerry. I mean, I'm sure you're not alone on that front, which is not texting the wife here. Bobby, what would the contract look like on the cap? I think you mean the Micah contract. I have to see how it's structured, but you could have paid him $47 million and lowered your cap it this year. That works. Jorge A. into the jersey raffle. Again, every $5 gets you in, 10 gets you 3, so 20 gets you 6. 20 just came, we'll get to it later. 50 for shots, 100 for a beer bong. Patriot King TV. How long is Clark under contract for? Are we just going to lose him next year? Kenny Clark is under contract next year, but it's at $21.5 million, which I don't know if the Cowboys are going to want to pay. So that's not a good spot to be. It's not good at all. I don't know if they're gonna pay that. So it might just be a rental. He might be cut after a year. Which again, why? Dominique Alston. Let's see if he plays well, which is a different conversation. Hopefully he does. Fingers crossed. How are they going to sell this? The compensation is not enough. I don't know. I'm sure David Moore will tweet something out from Jerry and Steven. My issue is, if you wanted to trade him, you could have made an argument to do it because you get picks and save money. You can make an argument to do that. But to do it in August, you're just limiting your own market pool. Sucks. Pool of Z something. Cowboys in the NFL. Don't know what they are doing at this point. And the war part is they're still not going to be the worst team in the NFL this year. Still not going to be. Juice from the box. Bright side. No more stupid podcast drama. Yeah, but it's also 2025, and this generation likes podcasts, so I'm sure other players will do it too. So, Samaj, WTF, Steven and Griffin. Why? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Jackson, a $10 super chat, says Jerry's Super Bowl is the attention we're giving him and filling up the stadium. I agree. It's bad. Let me tweet out this one here. Yeah, it's hot on YouTube. Can I say this, by the way? I am too upset to go do the victory laps, but I had people telling me today everything's fine. It's just a negotiating. It's just an attention plan, but it wasn't. It was clearly not. If we paid attention and we're just hopium, that's my mindset. It was bad. Earthlander Eli. I'm not gonna go to Green Bay, but make sure I type this in right here. Hope this trade works out for us. I agree, but then this is not a total collapse for Dallas. I won't give up on them. I appreciate that, Earth. I do. I think it's a good mindset to have. Hopefully you are right because we all care about this team. Brian. So they couldn't find another team offering 2 firsts. There would have been better picks. 2 firsts was automatic, and they went and effed us. Your timing was bad. You limited your field to a smaller pool of teams because you didn't do this in April. The worst scenario you could do, outside of Micah skipping games and not doing that stuff, is not doing this months ago. You dragged it out again. And that hurts you. It hurts you in everything you do. The Cowboys are going to hold a press conference tonight, which is wild, in about an hour and a half. So we'll see if and what they say anything. They might not stream it, frankly. I would not be surprised if they stream it. If they don't stream it. We'll see. All right, that's coming up in an hour and a half. We'll see how it goes. Look, you kind of hurt yourself in the end. So, Garen Bates, $5 super chat. Where is it? F it, why just stop with Micah? Trade everybody for future picks. Let the team start over next year. That's if you were just going to you were going to rebuild, you don't get Kenny Clark back. That's a veteran player who does not help you. So again, I don't understand what the plan is here. That's my issue. Mark! Let me get to... I might stay live during the press conference and just listen to it. I don't know. This team will be a Air Coryell San Diego team of the 1980s with 2 receivers with skill people or missing Fouts, just like them. No D, a lot of offense. I mean, you're going to have to air it out because your run game is not good and your defense might be bad. So I very much agree. All right, Rain, ASMR. I should text Ricky back. F Micah, don't need him because we got Easy and Son, Lenore Sellers, Jeremiah Smith, Herschel Walker too. Guys, you're not getting Lenore Sellers and Jeremiah Smith with the Packers picks. We know that, right? We do know that, right? Jeremiah Smith's going to be a top 5 pick. You're not bad enough to be top 5 right now. Even if you get Sellers in round 1, you're probably not going to be good enough anyway, or bad enough anyway. Like, Paulie raves. We really lost Luka and Micah in the same year. Is it wrong that I want us to quit as a fan? I hate my dad for forcing this fan base on me. SMH. I agree. I now question if I should do that with my son. I question it. Hero Cool. I'm interested in the trade. Kenny, no. Micah, I can't. So we see Micah week 4. Our DNs are what? 2 firsts isn't bad, but it's not enough. You needed more, right? Like, this was originally, you need at least 2 first-round picks and a player and more day 2 picks. Like, it's just, come on. They just stitched out like they did Jimmy Johnson from Joseph Ian Torres. I'm pissed. I think this is the Herschel Walker trade all over again, and I need a new jersey, SMH. We'll do something as a giveaway for this upcoming game, so we'll see what it is. You're entered for the week 1 raffle. Samaj Griffin in again. Let me update that one. A lot of interest in the raffle now. No DTs, really no elite pass rushers, barely any corners. You want a DT that's not going to pay. You're not going to pay. Someone needs to fight Jerry. Ose is a good player, but yeah, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. Jotman. I meant Jerry, Steven, and hell, Charlotte's infected. Need those grandkids in charge now. I think it's kind of hopium that they would be different. I hope that ends up happening, but I don't know. All right, Andrew Mendoza, a $10 super chat. What GM would keep their job getting the same results here at 30 years? Any thoughts on Micah's no-show performances in the playoffs? Yeah, I think in general, first off, no GM keeps his job. None. Not a single one. They get fired multiple times, actually. Micah has shown up in the playoffs, though. Like, you can go look at Micah's playoff stats and, like, Myles Garrett's playoff stats and TJ Watt's playoff stats. They're, like, the same, actually. The sack numbers might be slightly different, but, like, the pressure rates are actually pretty consistent. I don't really blame Micah for the secondary not being able to cover jack shit against Green Bay. He's had good games. I also think that if we're ever doing, like, as too, 0 NFL teams have ever paid someone solely for playoff results. Now, Flacco got paid more because he won a Super Bowl. Super Bowls are different. But if you're a dominant regular season player, you're going to get paid. Like TJ Watt, what has he done recently in the playoffs? What has Myles Garrett done? Like, that's, everyone gets the same argument. There is the issue. Like, Anthony Durant, and someone said, oh, TJ Watt hasn't been in the playoffs as much. But he has. Look at what he's done recently. Pittsburgh makes it almost every year. At least they're 500. But also, again, we're paying Myles Garrett to not make the playoffs, period. Right? Caden Pruitt. TJ Watt was late round pick. Just saying, maybe we get lucky. Maybe the Packers would be like the Cowboys and go below expectations. Again, I think in general, if our argument is maybe you get lucky, we're kind of in a bad spot. You're right. They could get lucky in the end. But Mozzie Smith was also a late round pick. And there are more Mozzies than there are anything else in the later rounds. That's just how it goes. Joshua Creasy, any chance we trade Dak and start an actual rebuild? I don't think the Jones boys would ever do it. That's why they got Kenny Clark, to pitch it as a win now thing. That's why they did it. Check in again after this year, but I just you could have, you're stuck in the middle. And that's like my concern, is that this team in general isn't good enough to win 11, 12 games, and they're not bad enough to win 3 or 4. It's a bad middle ground to be in. You're not going to be able to tank for the quarterback we want if you're winning 6 games. You can have extra assets to go get them, but then you're kind of back to, okay, the rest of our team still isn't that good. Here, yeah, it's King J. Let me get that into the entry here. Oh. Worst part of this is Jerry does this right before the season. Great way to build morale, Jerry. By the way, losing Diggs also next year. I did tweet out, hey, congrats to Trayvon Diggs signing with the Packers next offseason. Would anyone be surprised? They actually need a corner. It makes sense, don't it? All right, Wes is in. Another $5 entry into our raffle. Let's go to this one, then go to the Super Chat menu here real quick. WTF, I'm done with this team. If I were Dak and Lamb, I'd request a trade too. This team isn't serious about winning anything. I agree. Like, they are unserious. And that's what's frustrating. Like, they're not serious. And it's a bad spot to be. All right, the Super Chat menu on today's show. Any Super Chat is a shout-out. $5 raffle entry is for our Week 1 raffle we will run at the end of the game, I should say. $10 gets you 3 entries. $50 for a shotty, and $100 for the beer bong. $100 on that front. $50 and $100. $100, you go in the toaster. You go on the toaster. I got William Cook, McJowers, Matt Temple are on the toaster. I'll write your name in there with my very, very crappy handwriting. Yeah, you can barely even tell it's there. You can kind of read it. My handwriting sucks. So there we go. $100, beer bong, and you go on the toaster. Paul McDavid, circle September 28th on your calendar. Green Bay at Cowboys. Daniel, paying rent, says fly, Eagles, fly. Hate it. Hate it. David Ellswick, give me 3 reasons to stay a fan. Any positivity. If your offensive line is healthy, your passing offense should be pretty good this year. Between Dak and Lamb and Pickens and Ferguson, you actually should be pretty good passing-wise. There's always next year. I am Stockholm Syndrome. We'll have fun each game, and this way you can watch us and not the Cowboys and bring down the Cowboys audience. We're all friends. I am excited about Davina Ezeraku and some of your draft picks last year. You know, it can always get better. All right, I think Brian Parsons was our next one, by the way. I think it jumped on you. There it is. Hope we stack picks, trade Dak in the offseason, tank next year, and draft Arch in 2027. That can be your plan. That's actually a valid plan at this point. Like I'm open to any conversation you want to have. At this point, why the hell not? I don't know why you got Brian Parsons. Or why you got Kenny Clark. It's going to help you win a game, maybe. Extra game. You win like 6. Jaden Blue's burner account is in. You know it's burner because it doesn't spell it right. This isn't Micah's fault, or CD, or Dak. Go with the casuals and Jared Galston are thinking others took all the money. The Eagles paid everybody. It was, honestly, this was not about the money. This wasn't about the money. This is about just about egos, pride, and management. Like that's what this is. Like this is everyone getting their feelings hurt. Jerry being delusional, thinking you can do it without the agent ever, and then letting things all get frustrated and blowing it up and not shutting your damn pie hole and keep talking about it. Like it's just brutal. Ham Maris, this is as bad as the Massage Watson-Wilson trade. No. Because I think Micah's a good player. If Micah sucks, sure, but I don't think Micah's bad. I think Micah's a better player than Deshaun Watson was. And he didn't miss football for an entire year, you know? Carl Bruh, $5 super chat. You are in. My heart is with this team. With the Joneses, our Aztec priests taking me on top of the mountain. Indiana Jones joke in there, too. All right, Lawrence Rodriguez. How in the hell was that not tampering by the Packers? Honestly, the Cowboys probably gave permission for the agent and the Packers to talk. That's probably what happened. Honestly, that's probably what happened. Probably something similar. Or they did tamper, which is one of their picks. Those are your 2 options there. I do think we need to consider that as the option, given the fact that the reporting as of yesterday was, there's no deal. They're not even considering it, so now they're gone. Zach Crosby, $10 super chat. The entire documentary was about who should get credited for Herschel Walker. Congrats, Jerry. You finally have your own gamble. On a side note, for that price and his drama, good riddance. Always GB in pain. I guess it is a gamble. I feel like they just didn't do it right. The Herschel deal they did right. This ain't the Herschel deal, though. And get ready to learn franchise tag, George Pickens. Joshua Rodriguez now. Now let's take those 2 first-rounders and go get Myles Garrett. That's not happening. The Browns just paid him. So, just not going to happen. Sorry. Not in the range of outcomes. Chris Sims. Our next first-round draft picks have to be Pro Bowl or Hall of Fame for this to make sense. I guess James Houston will replace Micah this year. Like, on the game day roster, yeah. But, like, probably more snaps for Ezraku instead. But, yeah, you have to nail these picks. If you don't crush these picks, we're going to have the graphic 3 years from now of Cowboys traded Micah Parsons for Kenny Clark and a Mozzie Smith caliber player and a Tyler Guyton caliber player. It's a bad place to be. Otherwise, that's going to be a generational graphic if you don't hit those picks. You have to do what the Lions did with the Matthew Stafford trade, or else it doesn't work. It's AJ. If you had your star players protesting to sign Micah Parsons, why not do it? Well, that would imply that the Jones boys care what the players have to say, which they don't, obviously. MF coming soon. Ask again. Sign to Darius Smith or somebody else. You can. My expectation is this. We are now at the point on this Cowboys roster and depth chart that you're not looking for an edge. You're looking for a elite edge. Like, you don't need a body. You need somebody special. Right now, again, I mentioned this on our live show before the trade actually happened. Hey, if we were in the opposite sides here, we'd be saying, what if we sent a first and another pick and Ezraku for Micah Parsons? Like that. That's where this edge rush group is. You don't have the stud. That's the issue. Mr. Star Wars Nerd, a $5 super chat here. They're banking on Dante Fowler, a rookie, and a bunch of guys. Yeah, that's how it goes. Armenian Aper. Did I say that right? Sounds dirty. I don't know why it sounds dirty. 100% BS. Hope the screws on Jerry's balcony are loose. F Jerry, F this organization. Jerry can choke on an almond. If we support, they won't stop. Who was the Greek or Roman legend? The guy who's constantly rolling up a stone and it falls back down on him every day? I don't know. I forget his name, but that's like trying to cut into the Cowboys fandom. Like, just climbing up and then falling apart. Like, you get going and then there's just too much in the end. Cowboy 85, Parsons going to wreck us when we play them. Over under 3 sacks. Sisyphus. I think that's who it is. I think it's Sisyphus. Jetwolf 90. See, I know a little bit of old cultures. It's not enough. Be smart. If the trade doesn't confirm that Jim the Sarge's best GM by galaxies amongst the DFW teams, I don't know what could possibly convince you otherwise. I don't know. Rangers have done an okay job, right? Stars made their own weird move this offseason with the head coach, but at least that has some logic behind it. Chris B. Yeah, well, good game on the season. What a joke. Go Longhorns. Let's see how March does. Arch does. Sosa in. What positives, see if any? Also, Tom, any player in the draft you'd be looking at now, maybe sign long-term Pickens? We do know who George Pickens' agent is, right? Right? We do know who that is. It's Athletes First. It's the same group. It's David Mulgeta. It's the same group. I kind of feel like the George Pickens stuff is going to be franchise tag and drawn out. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right, Sean MC10. This soft rebuild is crazy. Feels like we've been in a soft reboot for years. Been a fan since 1990. Doesn't feel like the nightmare of being a Cowboy is ever going to end. Because you can't do a reboot unless you actually blow it up. And that's the problem. This team isn't actually blowing it up. I think you want to build just like 3 weigh-ins to have for a mailbag cut and probably have Billy do it. And then you can get going on Bama potentially, unless you already texted Will. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's probably the best move. We have a press conference in an hour. Do you want to try to get the press conference up here? It's probably a decent idea. What else do we need? Behind the scenes stuff, guys. Sorry. That specific computer is needed. It is the same though, right? Or is it the audio an issue? Let's look and see if we can do it. I don't know if we can. Maybe see if call Jack or Sam maybe. I mean, if we can't do it, it's not the end of the world, but yeah. All right. There is a Cowboys press conference coming up here at 7:30 Eastern time. So, all right, Sean Mack 10, appreciate that super chat. It's not even a rebuild is the thing. It's not even a soft rebuild. It's just like it's trying to avoid a rebuild. That's what it is. All right, Samaj Griffin, a $5 super chat again. So why didn't they just franchise tag the guy and work on a deal later? They realized that Piss the Man wants his money? WTF. I don't know. They let their money get mad again. Their money got mad again. That's what happened. Matthew Skipper, I must admit it, the hopium coming from Lions fans right now is pretty funny. Yeah, but that's still at our expense, and I don't love that still. We do have a $100 super chat. You want to grab me another beer? Finish this one already. Manny, $100 super chat. Everyone type MV, his initials, in the comments section of today's show. I'm going to write you on the toaster here. Hopefully with better handwriting. Yeah, perfect. Manny Villagrana. There we go. I think this trade sucks, but we have a one technique now. I think they're high on Izaraku and Sam Williams. I'd feel better if I got an extra first for him, at least a second. Cheers, buddy. And I think that's a reasonable, rational, response to the trade. I wish they got more. I do. They should have gotten more, but they mistimed it. If you had done this in March, you would have gotten more. I promise you. You would have gotten more. But you dragged it out. And you screwed up. So, cheers to you, Manny. Beer bong going in. Now, obviously, by the way, the franchise tag was about tagging him next year. Just so we're clear. I didn't specify that, but that's just to be clear. Pour this beer bong out. A lot of foam in this one. Let's go to our next one. We got to Matthew Skipper previously. Gatlin in again. Jerry literally let his ego get hurt and let it become personal. Yep. This is why the owner and family should not run this team. You can't. The Cowboys. Jerry has given this advice to people before of never let your money get mad. But they always let their money get mad. Always let their money get mad. Always do it. All right. Here we go. Bottoms up. So what? I need more, frankly. All right. Thank you, Manny. Appreciate that. Joshua Castillo. Can't wait for the press conference in poor Schotty. Brian Schottenheimer should not be up at all for that press conference. He should not be involved, period. He doesn't need to be. He didn't do anything. He should not be up there. Text the wife back. Thank you, Joshua. Jacob Gross. Oh, went away right at the buzzer. Classic YouTube. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the press conference up here. We will try. Couldn't we just play it on that monitor? Just put desktop up there? Do it full screen? Can we just do that? I feel like we can just do that. I don't know. We haven't done it this way before, so. All right. Keep the super chats coming again. We will stay live all night long if we want. Until the super chats stop, and then we'll do some late night cuts too, because we need to. We need to, unfortunately. The one we were on was Jacob. Here we go. I'm so hurt. Should I go be a Saints fan as my backup team? I'm heartbroken. The Saints are also bad? So I think if you're gonna go, I don't know, bandwagon is a bit harsh, but like also right. Maybe pick a better team. Be my advice, because they might actually be in top pick range this upcoming season. That would not be a surprise. All right, James, a big $20 super chat. Thank you, James. I didn't see a comment come in. If there was and I missed it, let me double check. Sometimes they reply to it. Where's the James? There it is. Nope, that's not it. A lot of super chats we're behind on, so I can't find it, which is unfortunate. That's fine. Appreciate that, James. AM just had $1. Thank you, AM. Roberto Pohl. Packers closed the gap to win the Super Bowl today. I've not heard from my Packers buddies yet. I've got a couple of them. No, none of them have texted me. They probably know better. I bet I get texts tomorrow then. Cowboys Moneyball cannot replicate Micah. Replicate production. Yeah. Donovan Sanchez, $5. I just canceled my flight to Arlington to see the Eagles at Cowboys. Dallas Arlington, so again, later in the year. Makes sense. Can't believe I almost bought tickets to fund this idiocracy. F Jerry, man. You could have made a very strong argument that the Cowboys were better off trading Micah Parsons. That argument would have been made in March. By doing it in August, this is the best offer that you got. I don't think you got anything better. I really don't. I think that's what's so damn frustrating. James, jokes on Micah because Wisconsin has a state tax. Can I tell you guys this too? You still get taxed for road games. I don't know if people know that, but you do get taxed for road games. And there is like an athlete tax on top, like in general too. So like the state income tax helps with like the signing bonus, but it's not actually that much. Not enough to, like, if, I think the 40 versus 47 definitely covers it, but not enough to really move the needle, and the agents don't care about it. So, always matters too. Patriot King TTV. Feeling that the home games this year are going to be a home field disadvantage because that's going to be full of fans of the other team. The Cowboys have always been a bit of a wine and cheese crowd, and I don't mean that in a good way. They've always been a fan base that just kind of like, it doesn't go that great in the end. Eddie Joe, a $5 super chat. In my opinion, Jerry has, I feel like I'm going to get in trouble if I say this. Trade Micah for getting uppity. I don't think it's that, like, specifically. I think it is more of a Jerry let his money get mad. And Jerry let himself believe that he could get a deal done without the agent. Like, I think Jerry is just, there's too much ego involved, period. Doesn't matter who the player is. Just too much ego involved there. Paul Powell, why trade him to a team you might see in the playoffs? They will be good, so best case first we get is late in the first, hope we can score 50 in a game. I mean, this feels like some of those Cowboys years when you got to drop like 35 to win. That's what it feels like to me. I don't love it. Chris B, just trade Dak, CD now. What's the point? It's a good game. Do that in the offseason. Don't do it now. Do it in the offseason. And then actually tank for a year on purpose and then go draft a QB. Shane Burton, $10 super chat. Thank you, Shane. So DE for DL, we have been complaining about not stopping the run. Clark helps out at half the cost, and we have 2 extra first-round picks to play with. Money for Blandon Pickens. But you had money for Blandon Pickens. You already had that, actually. Like, you could have made that happen still. I do wonder, by the way, Chris, if we could just put the stream up on that monitor and play it through the computer. I don't know if the audio works, but... Okay, sweet. Good stuff, bud. Appreciate it. Clark helps you against the run. But the difference between Clark and Micah is still in favor of Micah by like a huge margin. And the 2 first-round picks, if you hit them, sweet, you better hit them. But what if it's Mozzie Smith twice? Well, then you're kind of up a creek without a paddle. So, like, that's why if you were going to do it, you needed to do it this March, this April. Not now, because now you're getting picked 28 at best, probably. It's kind of concerning. Chris B, we have to save pie for Micah. I guarantee you, when the Cowboys get up there tonight at their press conference, they're going to talk about, we had to save money for others. I guarantee that, and I guarantee they absolutely shit on Micah Parsons on his way out the door. I guarantee they do that. Guarantee it. Double J228, stop going to games. Only way things change. I don't go to games because I do this instead. So watch our streams instead. How about that? We meet halfway. Chris B, can't wait for we had to save for Smith and Bland. Yeah, and then they drag out one of those contracts, right? I can't wait, right? Because but also if you're paying Smith and Bland, okay, then are you rebuilding or winning now? Again, it's it's all dicey. Tubby boys, I think the picks are going to be used for trade value 7 to 10 for the next 3 years at least. Trade up value. I mean, you can do it, but let me pull this up here. Let's say you're sitting at, let's say you're picking exactly where you were this year. Let's say it's the Cowboys are picking 13 again, or 12 again, excuse me, and the Packers are picking 27. Let's be generous, and they finish 27. Those two picks get you to roughly, on a generous chart side of it, you're getting to maybe, I'm doing my math here, sorry. From the way the draft picks work these days, to get from 12, sorry, I had the wrong one up. From 12 to, let's say 27, you're going to get to, maybe it gets you up into the top 4, somewhere in that ballpark. But I don't know. I've seen trades from 2 to 12 cost a lot more than just one first-round pick. Probably going to be more expensive. It's you can move up, sure, but probably does get you to 7 or 10. But does that get you the quarterback that you actually want? I'm not so sure. Andrew Mendoza in again here. There we go. Any chance we trade the first-round picks we received plus the one we have now for a player on Parsons' level? No, because there's no Parsons-level player available right now. Those guys don't exist. You just traded the one who was available. You can revisit again in next offseason, but you're not getting one right now. It's just not going to happen. Jacob Gross, still a diehard fan since I was 4 to 5, but I'm annoyed. This is where I'm at. I'm annoyed too. It's stupid. It's not fun. It's a bad spot to be in for the Cowboys. It's an embarrassment, frankly. It's an embarrassment we're here. Micah Parsons was eligible for extension March last year. This got dragged out. It did. You didn't have to have it this way. But then you let it get personal on both sides. And it all fell apart. Bloodslinger, Overshown, can't play soon enough. Helps you at linebacker. You still probably got to go draft an edge. Get ready to learn the name Keldrick Falk. Auburn edge, good player, fits pretty well with what you don't have right now. But again, he's not going to be Micah. Which I'm not going to say that much after tonight. You're not going to find Micah again. Daniel Rivas. Pickens is going to get paid now. Hope Diggs gets the deal done too. We need him. But Pickens has the same agent. It's athletes first. You have issues with the athletes first clients. You really do. You keep making problems there. Todd France gave you hell and bent you over. And then you said, we're not paying Micah once the agent got involved, which was stupidity if you thought this was ever going to happen. Diggs is under contract, but I think they're mad at Diggs. Diggs is going to get cut. He plays well, I bet he gets cut, because that relationship was worse than it was with Micah, back in August 1st before the trade request. Now it's even worse. Well, why not? Get that in there. $5 into the raffle entry. On the bright side, the only team with Super Bowl in the past several decades with the top 5 pass rusher / top 5 paid pass rusher is the Broncos. Vaughn. Yeah, I mean, sure, but I don't know. Chris Jones is kind of a pass rusher too, essentially. He's just a defensive tackle version of it. Is there really that much of a difference? Also, essentially, if you go look at the Super Bowl links of the Super Bowl options of, I don't know, non-Mahomes and non-Brady, it gets real thin real quick. So I'm not necessarily convinced that's a great way to judge it. I do think this Packers team, if their quarterback stays healthy, is really, really dangerous. Sean Mack, a $10 super chat. $5 super chat from Sean Mack 10. Can't read right now. Jerry's comments to Parsons' mom, you look like you want money. He could have put the stake into the heart of the extension. I don't know what he said to her. So I don't know if that's actually true or not. But if that is what was said, like I don't know what the fuck you're doing, frankly. Like that's just not, it doesn't make any sense. Like it just doesn't make any sense. Camaro 4, a $5 super chat. This is going to feel like a 2001-2021 year again. The 2020 year is so right. That's so spot on. You're all going to be asking Dak to put up 40 while giving up 40. Then expect to win games. Yeah. I think you're right. That's my concern, at least. And there'll be like one good game in there by the defense, and it's like the one game the offense doesn't play well, of course, because that's how it always goes. And it'll be see the offense is terrible again. And be like, well, yeah, but the average is still really bad. Zingo, I bet Micah's back is magically better than ever. Yup, you know it. I mean, it was never hurt in the first place. We all knew that, right? Like no one believed that. No one did. That was always a leverage play. That's all that was. Jacob 11. 7:30. Eastern. $10 from Jacob, excuse me. I believe Azaraku and I think you mean Sam Williams and James Houston are going to save the Cowboys defense. Yeah, those guys have like 0 career sacks the past year in the NFL. We do know that, right? I like them, but they're not Micah Parsons. Like, we honestly should not be putting that level of expectation on them. We should put them as, they're good players. I like them a lot. They're awesome. But I don't think we should be going down that route. Like, I don't think that's a realistic expectation. Like, Sam Williams might be here for a year. You know, like I don't know how good of a spot he's truly going to have this year. I think it's 8 sacks, like sweet, but beyond that, who knows? Because we can't test the audio, can we? F it, let's just try it. We're in a different studio than we normally are because of the chaos. We haven't done the press conference audio before, so we're gonna test it and see if it works. So we're just gonna show me, just do the breaking news one, so at least it's relevant in the end. Maybe that one is the best play there. That way, it's like kind of relevant still. So you're gonna see some behind the scenes stuff of like us checking to see if this actually works right, just to make sure it works. Because the plan is to stay live for the Cowboys press conference coming up here in about 45 minutes. Will they be late? Absolutely. You know that they will be late. I have no doubts about that one. So we're going to test this here and see how it goes. Is there not a giant full screen option or no? Okay, so it's going to look like this, you're saying? Okay. I think let's set it up like it's going to look properly. I've noticed it does that sometimes. Like at the very start of a video. I hear it in my ear, by the way, but but it's obviously not playing. It is glitching out a lot, though. So we're trying to test things behind the scenes to make that press conference work here. Looked like it was going to work, though. What laptop are you on? The older one? Do we need both output jacks or just the one output jack? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to some more super chats, then we'll try this out there. Yeah, that's not the greatest, frankly. Jake 11, thank you very much for that super chat again. The Cowboys have traded away Micah Parsons to the Packers. Press conference coming up in 45 minutes. All right, Jaden Blue, Burner 23. Can we at least play Smith, Bland, and maybe George Pickens? I would bet they move forward on a Tyler Smith to Ron Bland extension. I do want to say this, though. You could have paid those guys with Micah, too. I want to remind everybody of that. You could have paid all three, all four. It was very possible. The Eagles would have done it. You could have done it. The Cowboys are going to get up there, and they're going to lie to you. They're going to say, we only had so much money. You could have made it work. You could have made it work. I promise you. Also, George Pickens, David Mulgeta. This feels like a franchise tag coming, which is going to get messy. The Omega one. Dude, Shotty is in the worst position now. Yeah, I do feel bad for Shotty. I would also say, you know, he gets to be a head coach. That's what he wanted in the end. It's the only thing who's going to give him a job. But like they are setting him up. I do feel bad for him. I think he's in a bad spot. I do. I think he's set up for some failure here. Massive Matt. Even if the picks aren't good, it shouldn't excuse this. Mavs don't and shouldn't get a pass for the Luka trade just because they were blessed with Cooper Flag. If it works out, it's still malpractice. I agree. You didn't handle this right. Even if you were on the pro Micah trade comp, it wasn't for Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks. It was for more, right? You wanted more than that. That's what bothers me. You should have and could have gotten more. It's frustrating that we did not get that we got here. Like you could have paid all those guys. Now maybe you were going to pick Pickens versus Ferguson, but if that was your plan, then why'd you trade for Pickens when you wanted to pay Micah back then? And now you're not. It's like you lose that argument by saying, oh, now we can pay Pickens. Well, then why'd you trade for him in the first place? For the rental? That's fine. Yeah, act like it's a rental. So, 305, hey. Get that in there. I asked her this offseason. Now I'm asking again. What the F are we going to do at defensive line now? Kenny Clark helps you. Your defensive tackle room is better. It is not better enough relative to what you have now at the other spots, at edge. You are now worse at edge and worse on defense overall. I do want to, as we get set up here for some behind-the-scenes stuff, I was going to do a video on like Zion Childress, if he cleared waivers or not, but like I can't now. Timing doesn't work out. Let me check this. So the Cowboys did release Ryan Flanoy today, the other move. They claimed Trevor Keegan, a guard, off of waivers from Philadelphia. So they got 4 receivers now. Don't know why. Looks like Andrew Booth. Looks like they put John Stevens on IR as well. Just interesting. Yeah, so the Cowboys actually did put John Stevens Jr. on IR. So that's noteworthy. Zion Childress and Andrew Booth did clear waivers. So we'll have some more roster movement tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon for the Cowboys, but I just wanted to make note of that one there. Get jacked! Anthony Hill is the first-round pick in 2026. Book it. I'm a little worried that the Cowboys that he's Kenneth Murray 2.0. Kind of my concern. I do like Anthony Hill a lot, though. I do think he's a little bit repetitive with DeMarvion Overshown. Like, although you could try to talk me into this idea of Anthony Hill being more of an edge, I'm actually open to that conversation. I learned my lesson from Mike and being open to that conversation. But I do think just like Keldrick Falk out of Auburn might be a good name to watch. So, thank you, Jack. Appreciate that super chat. Lawrence W78 into our raffle as well here. Jerry's up for the spotlight. I mean, attention. Finally bit him in the ass. Got away with Dak and CD, but Micah drew the line. I actually agree with this too. I do think that it got personal in a way it didn't get between Dak and CD because there was no trade request. And they didn't let it bother them because Dak didn't ever engage with Jerry on contract talk despite Jerry trying to. It's just bad. It's bad management. It's bad management, man. Joshua, what would you do with that $47 million? I mean, obviously someone's going to go to like, the Cowboys will frame it as we're going to pay Tyler Smith and DeRon Bland and George Pickens. But I think this should open up more extensions. Like, I thought it, like, You could go get another corner to replace Diggs if you don't keep him back. You could go get a tackle to replace Terrence Steele if you don't keep him, because that is going to be a little bit more expensive to go add somebody else out there. They'll roll a bunch of the money over. They always do that. They've got so much cap space right now and for next year. This puts them at near the top of salary cap space, by the way. Now, I have to go pay an edge or defensive tackle next offseason. I would like to spend more than $5 million in free agency. That's what I'd like to do. My concern with the Cowboys is they're just not going to spend that much differently. It's my biggest concern with why you probably are better off paying Dak versus not, because were the Cowboys going to spend that $60 million? Or are they going to spend $30 million of it and just be close enough type of deal? That's my concern. Geraldo, a $10 super chat, says, F. Jerry Jones, what a joke. Who's next man up now? Ezeraku, Marshawn Kneeland, etc. Those guys are your main top options on that front. I'm not sure why it's doing that. That's really weird. So, F. Jerry, yeah, Ezeraku, Kneeland, Fowler are the big ones up there. Suleiman L., what is the Venmo for the duck race? Venmo's at What Going Downey. I don't know to which one you're referring to. If you mean the Venmo 50-50 raffle we do each game, that's at What Going Downey. It's $20 to enter that. But if you just want to get in for this, $5 for that, or sorry, $20 for the 50-50 raffle, that's at What Going Downey. And then if you'd rather do just this jersey or TBD in-game raffle for the $5 entries, it's also still at What Going Downey. We'll just get you set up on that front. Either way, it's at What Going Downey on Venmo, Suleiman. Thank you very much. I think it's Suleiman. I can't tell if that's an I or a J from back here. So appreciate that super chat, though. Maul Grizz, Shoddy should have advocated for Micah. Puppet. I mean, I'm probably. But I also, I know the players did. I know several of them did. So I don't know who else. I don't know if the front office ever would have listened, right? Austin Carey, I'm going to get the new Dallas Cowboys lottery ticket so the Cowboys can disappoint me more. What's the old line? I think it was the first one I saw was for the Browns. They hired a bunch of the Browns players to lower the coffin after someone died so they could let them down one last time. Is that what it was? Is that what it was? Waldo Green, who is cut off here. Let me see if I can find him. I think it's versus playoff teams, 1 sack in 4 games, 5 sacks in 7 games against the Eagles. 5 sacks in 7 games is actually a lot, guys. We do know that, right? We do know that, right? You definitely want more. I think this is about Micah. It is kind of cut off here. I don't know where we're getting the 4. It is 4 games. But there's also a bunch of pressures and not just sacks. And if we're only judging on sacks, I don't think we're really doing our job as players or as fans and audience. But you average 12 sacks against the best offensive line in football every year, you're probably a fucking good player, right? Eskimo Ronnie, $2. It's a funny name. It's a very funny name. Waldo Green, by the way, you are into the raffle. I got you covered there, my friend. Plum, Drums, Mullet. Go, Pat, go. All the way from the UK. Update here from Jane Slater, who said she spoke with Micah Parsons tonight. Said he's generally going to miss us as fans. He and his team went back to the Cowboys about an extension with empathy when the trade interest was leaked this week. The Cowboys' response to Micah was to play on the 5th year or leave. So they said they were not going to extend him. And then they decided to trade him. We get the Cowboys version tonight. And again, it will be 2 different sides, and we probably won't know what truly happened in the end. It just depends on who you want to believe in the end. So the update from Jane Slater is Micah and his camp went back to the Cowboys about an extension, and the Cowboys' response was play on your 5th year option or we will trade you. That's Micah's side. I'll acknowledge that. But yeah. Mark, no one else offered more. It's another Amari trade. You would have gotten more. Rapport says this is true, by the way. Why is it doing it just for that one, though? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, maybe he'll have an answer for you. Rapport says it is true. The Cowboys had a chance to stop the deal and negotiate with Micah, and they said no. Why? Why would you do that? Now, it's obviously that's the agent's side, but I think they got it out for the press conference, basically. All right, Robert Paulson, a $5 super chat. Again, you fucked up by not doing this deal back in March, if you're going to do it. You were never going to get max value. Not enough teams. Didn't have enough of a bidding war. Don't try to hit Jerry's pride. Buy no merch. Do not go to games. If you're committed, do not watch the games. You're in control. Watch us, though, because we don't show the games. So they do not count. You're independent. I'd like to remind everyone of that, by the way. Foxtrot Gaming. $10. Call me crazy, but I'm glad Micah is gone. Too much drama, distraction the team. Time for the Young Bucks to show up. $4.5 million was too much for a guy who was 1 sack in 4 playoff games. But we're just cherry picking 4 games to describe why someone isn't good. Like, we can go look at TJ Watt's career stats in the playoffs. He's got a sack in 4 playoff games, and he's never won one. So TJ Watt isn't worth 41? That's the exact same argument. I don't think that's fair or a proper way to judge things. At that point, we should only sign Eagles players, essentially. That's all we should do. Team sport. Picking 4 games to decide if someone is good or not, I think is a bad process for the NFL. I get it, but it's not how the NFL operates. Why the Packers gave up 2 firsts and a player and gave him $47 million. Z-Stat official, any good 2026 free agency edge rushers? Oh, because they're going to spend money in free agency? Let's pull it up here. $2026. Hendrickson might be a free agent. That's one. Other edges are Nick Bonito. This is a bad list. Dante Fowler is easily top 10. Easily. I'm trying hard here, guys. Kwity Paye, because he was a former high pick. Yeah, Jalen Phillips. Dafe Owe, if they're going to give him another chance, but he hasn't been great. Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa. It's not great. Not great. Rob, $2. Giants fan here. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. See, even the Giants fans are trolling us now. Swear to God, if the Cowboys was against the Giants, I'm going to crash out like I've never crashed out before. I'm going to crash out so hard. Mark, $5. So we more or less get 2 high second rounders. You want to try someone else's laptop? Have you tried that yet? Let's try that just to try to clarify. Maybe it's a Mac issue. And a 1-year rental. We might get a high comp pick for if Pickens leaves. We'll have money to sign Pickens, though. Pickens it's athletes first and Mulgeta again. You let that one get personal. There's zero chance that any athletes first client, frankly, any agent that lets their player discuss contracts with Jerry Jones should be fired after this. Shout out to Marshall, by the way, our Giants Now host. Just looked up the numbers on Marshall Green. 22 pressures in 4 playoff games. It's actually really good. That's extremely strong production. That's 5.5 per game. If you were to, that's 93 pressures over the course of a season. Shout out Marshall for that. That's awesome stats, bud. Thank you. If you were to go by just pure 2024 stats, regular season, those pressures against obvious playoff teams would put you in, it's got to load a little bit here, but that average, I'll check in once it loads. That average would be the most in the NFL. So Micah Parsons in the playoffs, from a pressures perspective, if he did that on average over each game, would be the most disruptive player in the NFL. Pressures are more valuable than, or not as valuable as sacks. I get that, blah, blah, blah. But, like, it is still certainly incredibly impressive. We don't need to kind of pretend anything else. It's 22 pressures in 4 games. That average would be more than any other player had in total pressures last year, in 2024. In 2023, once it loads, it would be... Message him back to. It would have been... what was that number again? It was 93.5. It would have been top 5 in 2023, which already includes Micah at number 1. So, he's actually good in the playoffs, just the sacks aren't there. Drew DTX, $5 super chat. No cool jokes from me today, Tom. First Luca, and now this. When will the pain end? I wish I had an answer for you. I do. Manny is back again. My guy who threw in the $100 super chat earlier. Good time to go to the super chat menu after this, too. I put assign Tyler Smith, Deron Bland, George Pickens, Sam Williams, Ben Robert, long-term deal. So we have our core players for the next 4 years. Is Sam Williams a core player, by the way? I kind of don't think that he is. I think you're going to have issues with George Pickens. Smolgetta. Tyler Smith is technically athletes first, too. But that one should just be a record-setting deal, which, again, you weren't going to pay Sam Williams if you paid Micah, clearly. But I do want to acknowledge it. What happened there? Okay. Let's go back to the just go back to the other one and make sure Dropbox is paused on that one still. On that original. Okay. Let's just try it again, make sure it's not clipping out on us. The super chat menu on today's show. Any super chat does get you a shout out. Might try it with a different HDMI cord. It might have been the HDMI cord issue on the other laptop. No, on the older one. Okay. Keep trying. We got a half hour. Any super chat, behind the scenes stuff for the press conference coming up here. Any super chat equals a shout out. $5 raffle entry. $10 gets you 3 raffle entries. $50 for a shot. $100 for a beer bong. Wouldn't mind doing another one. Could use it. You also go on the toaster. You do that. Hero Cool, $2. I can't get my round around this. I'm so pissed, man. Yeah, move it over. And don't tell me. Tell the producer. Sweet. Yeah. No, you're good. I get it. I get it. It's extremely frustrating. So we just don't have enough in there right now. So you can, but read the blue text there. It says max 5 lines, so got to move it over. To the other one. All right, Hero, thank you very much, my friend. $2 super chat. Eskimo Ronnie, Jerry made us worse. I love to kick him in the nards. It's funny. Painful. Accurate, but funny. Mark, get a stud receiver. Don't address running back in a serious way. Get a 1-year rental for your DT. Lose your best player for 2 number 1s and piss off Diggs. I have no words, Tom. If the goal is winning games, the Cowboys haven't done that. Like, very clearly haven't done it. I think we would all pretty much agree with that one. Like, they have not handled this properly. Even if you want to trade him, it's not how you trade him. Just not. Troy, We can't get draft compensation for cutting Clark. No. If you cut a player, you lose out on those rights for the comp picks. They're only for unrestricted free agents. So if you cut a player, those guys are not eligible. In the same way, if you sign a cut player, they are not eligible to negatively impact you there. B-Phil's 10. You think players will start telling Jerry and Steven they must talk to their agent, only their agent, about doing new deals? Most of them do. That's what Dak did, for example. That's what Lamb, I think, did too. But yeah, like that's, I don't know how, like if you're anybody watching this, that you're like, yeah, I'll talk to Jerry on the side. Like which you should never do anyway. It's kind of like how don't ever talk to the police without a lawyer. Don't ever do that. Like, I think it's just a bad idea, bad process. Like, and to think that if you were the Jones boys, that you could pull that off and make it happen, like, I don't get it. Like, you were never going to make that work. It was never realistic from the Jones boys to think that you could get a deal done with Micah Parsons without the agent being involved. I said that back then. You were never going to make it happen. It was never going to happen. Period. Full stop. Delusional think that you could. Delusional. All right, $5 from Diego Marin. Get that updated into the raffle here. There's a new Jerry Jones movie out. It's a R-rated feature film of him screwing Cowboys Nation, gambler and his oily pipe. I needed that one. Colton Meadows. There are too many Jerry supporters in the fan base. I don't know how a fan could think this is a good move. This is bad. I mean, there's one that I'm sure is already saying it's a great trade. But I don't. If you want to trade Micah, okay. If I had told you 3 months ago you got 2 first-round picks from the Packers and Kenny Clark, who would have said, no, that's not enough. Well, here we are. 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. So it's not enough. It's not. Strive 365 here. Micah said his agent told him to wait for more money. Micah being selfish, title, and Jerry called his bluff. He no-showed the playoffs. Again, he showed up in the playoffs. Great stat from Marshall Green. 22 pressures in the playoffs is not no-showing. It's not. The team is no-showed in the playoffs. Shouldn't blame one guy. Even Jerry, watch documentary, told Micah it wasn't his fault. Right? I just like, Micah gets blamed too, sure. But like, Micah also said his agent told him to wait for more money and that he did not want to and they chose not to and tried to get the deal done still. It's failure all around. Failure all around. William Cook, a $10 super chat here. Get you entered there. I think as a fan, we are the angriest fact it did not have to happen. That is only the Cowboys this happens to over and over again in the state of perpetual disappointment. Yeah. It's not fun. It's always something with this team. And that's what bothers me because it doesn't have to be this way. I Am Illusions, $10 super chat. Last week, I asked how to brainwash my firstborn into being a Cowboys like Dad did with me. Now I need tips on how to prevent him from being one. Thoughts? I don't know. Just let them choose. That's what I'll probably do with my son. Just let him choose who he wants to be a fan of. Don't mandate it. Don't do something crazy. Just let them choose in the end. Also, dress them in other fan bases and have a good relationship with them so they don't do it out of spite either way. Brad, number one Browns fan. No, you know what? You're a Browns fan. You don't get to troll. Not even the Browns. Not the Browns. No, not Cleveland. Other fan bases, yes. I will not take it from Browns fans. Jetwolf 90. Over under 6.5 wins this season. I'm betting on a 7-10 season. We will redo our record prediction video that we were like halfway through before when the news broke. Over still makes some sense to me. But I don't know. It's not in a great spot. It's just the energy's been kind of sucked out of the fan base there. So behind the scenes stuff here, ignore me. Is that the production laptop there doing it now too? Okay. Do we want to try the production laptop again? Let's try that and see if we can just stabilize it and close out of everything that's not that thing. So quit Slack and quit Zoom too. That might be an issue. So, like I have to redo that record prediction. I don't feel good about it, frankly. I don't feel good about it. Eric Freeman, a $10 super chat. Jerry and Jr. don't realize that the 90s success was Jimmy, not Jerry. I'm lucky to have seen the Cowboys 6 of the 90. I won't see any more as long as Jerry and Jr. are running things. Obviously, he means Steven, not Jerry Jr. He means Steven. But the Jones boys are all the same. Look, it's really hard to have confidence in them. Like, it's really hard. Like, it kind of borders on just like hopium and copium to get there. So, Eric, you got 3 entries. Thank you very much, my friend. Boom, boom, boom. James Hughes, you are in. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, James. Appreciate that. K-Dog, my guy, is back in. Look, maybe the Jones was to blame, but Micah's tweet saying he wants out, I think, hurt it all by what he said. Micah's agent should have picked up the phone. It's a sad, full day. If you believe that the Jones boys' side, the agent never responded. If you believe Micah's side, they tried multiple times. So it does kind of come down to who you believe more. I do think everything was escalated in the end. And there was definitely hurt egos and definitely hurt feelings. Like, that's like, it definitely got out of control, and it was different than what it was previously. And all parties do share some blame. They do share blame. Shane Burton, I disagree with how Jerry handled it, but come on, we were a fringe playoff team, even with Micah. Top paid defensive ends are not competing for Super Bowls. Blessing in disguise. If our defense finally beats Green Bay Week 4, OMG. I hope they beat Green Bay. I will be extremely excited about that. I think I believe in just paying good players. That's my mindset. I do hear it, by the way. You were a fringe playoff team with Micah. So my mindset, and there's 2 ways you can approach it. My mindset, and I think we're actually mostly in agreement here. My mindset is you would have been better off either trading him in March and April and kind of getting more picks and assets back, etc., or going out and adding more players, paying Micah in March and April, and having more money to spend on the cap. That's what I would have done. I think that would have played out better in the end. It's just frustrating for me on that front. So, Demon, $5 super chat. You are in. I would bet money the Packers offered that money a long time ago in the situation to trade, talk to the agent without permission. Again, I would actually argue that they probably gave him permission. They probably gave permission. Because the idea that the Cowboys would have then traded him willingly to the team that did the whole thing, that's what happened with Jamal Adams, guys. Cowboys like, hey, like, let's just do the Jamal Adams trade. Like, let's try to get that going. Like, that's why the Jets were so pissed with the Cowboys. I don't think Jerry would have traded him to the team that manipulated the whole thing. Because that's them winning. That's Jerry losing. I would bet that, like, they had an agreement and they were allowed to talk to the agent. And the agent probably knew what he could get, even behind the scenes. Like, they knew that. That happens all the time. Like, if the Cowboys let themselves get manipulated by Green Bay, that's actually even more embarrassing. It's even more embarrassing. Chris Christensen. We should have the cap room to sign Earl Thomas and bring back Taco Charlton, now Super Bowl bound. Sure hope not. But it's funny, though. I appreciate the super chat. Makes me chuckle. Update that. You are in. Steak Kraken Doom, which is a pretty funny name. They need to draft Colin Simmons from Texas now. He's got the same talent as Parsons. I love Colin Simmons. I think he's going to have a huge year for Texas. He's a sophomore. He'll probably be a top 5 pick when he's eligible, not in 2026, but 2027. Are you going to have a top 5 pick in 2027? If you do, don't you need a quarterback? Like, you're right. You have the player identified properly. How do you get him, though? How do you get him? Anthony McMillan, a lurker, back in the live comments. Thank you, Anthony. $10, 3 entries. Any way we can petition the commissioner to make Jerry sell the team or arrest him for being a self-absorbed lunatic. I wish. You better need a big, big, big scandal. Big, big, big scandal to make it work. Otherwise, I don't think that one's going to happen. Foxtrot Gaming here. Hey, Tom, just to show it's not going off. Let's go ahead and push it, Aiden. Show it's not going off one game, including 2024. Micah has 52 career sacks. 13 of them were against teams 500 or better. Like, shh. Only 13 of them. Well, like, go do everybody else. That, like, again, you can do. We did the playoffs. This probably came before then, but like, 22 pressures in 4 playoff games is like actually crazy. Like, in general, I think there's what, since not including 2024, which I think wait that does include 2024 though, with the 52 sacks. He's got. Maybe it's not quite. I don't. Anyway, I think that does include 2024. I think you mean not include 2024 playoffs, whatever. I think that that's how most players are. Like, you don't get as many sacks against playoff teams. But like, I've seen Micah wreck games. Micah Parsons is one of 2 players in NFL history who've had 12 sacks in their first 4 seasons. Him and Reggie White. Like, if you don't want to pay him $47 million, fine, whatever, it's cool. But like, he's on a Hall of Fame track. Like, he has been a runner-up multiple times as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. Like, he's awesome. And if the roles were reversed, we would be over the moon that they got Micah Parsons for 2 firsts and a defensive tackle. It's my mindset. Do you want to test it here? All right. Do we need to take off the L3 though? Okay. We're gonna test this because we're trying to, again, different studio, different software, different programming. Let us know in the comments. I think we'll know. But Y for yes, N for no. Does the audio work when we test this? Go ahead and try it out here, boys. That is not working at all. Let's get me back on screen if this is not going to work. Because this is not working. Disconcerting update here. Like, I hear it playing in my ear. I hear it playing still. Could we not just play it on the computer? Like, on the actual live stream computer? And put it in desktop? You just want to fucking try it? I don't know if we hear it. Yeah, because how did Mitch do that? Let's just try it. Worst case is it doesn't work either. We're trying stuff here. And we might have to adjust the audio setting, but like, I feel like this is gonna work. I don't. But if Aiden does, that's a good sign. We're trying stuff out behind the scenes to get this to work. So it definitely didn't work the first time. We're going to try again the second time. Okay. We'll take me off again here. We'll see if it works this time around. Is going. They did not like it. That was bad. Thanks, Micah. Shut up. All right. I guess that one doesn't work either. All right, keep trying out the main way there. We are about out of time, but keep trying. Sorry about the echo. Sorry about the echo, guys. Sorry. Just trying to get the press conference to work here because they're not in the right studio to do the streaming. We were not in the right studio. I do wonder if they're even going to put it live on the Cowboys channel. I do wonder if they're going to do it. In the meantime, let's go to Matt Cox, $10 super chat. Herschel Walker trade made Dallas in the late 80s. Everyone called Dallas morons trading him. Look how that turned out. 3 Super Bowl wins in 4 years. Yes, but you didn't get a Herschel Walker package here. You didn't get close to the Herschel Walker package, actually. Like, if you had gotten the Herschel Walker package, I think a lot of us would have been on board here. But I don't think you weren't going to get that, and you didn't get it. So Hunter M. You see my other super, or forgetting the J-Love interview after the playoffs loss and how Micah was always playing through injuries. I think there's a lot of them, Hunter, so if you missed one, I'm terribly sorry. I'll give you a second entry. Look, I think there are plenty of reasons to have been frustrated by Micah Parsons. Plenty of reasons. Like, the general nonsense that he's caused sometimes is annoying. I know there are people in that building. Jane was right when she tweeted it out that there are people who didn't love all of that stuff, that were frustrated by it. But they had a lot of success. All right. Alternative idea here. Go to the other computer and pull up Twitter and see if it works that way without the weird zooming. See if it's a YouTube issue. On yours. Yeah, see if it works on yours. Thank you, Hunter. Anthony Burton, a $5 super chat. Hate this trade. We know we had in-person. Draft picks are unknown. The last several drafts don't give me confidence in the Cowboys. They have to nail these picks. If they don't nail these picks, they're in trouble. Cooper Vestal, $2 super chat. Jerry told the Mavs, hold his beer and watch. Appreciate that, Cooper. Thank you very much. We're still catching up here. We're almost caught up. Jeff's Party, which is also Jeff Brisson. We have the worst front office in the NFL. I don't think you have the worst, but you sure as shit don't maximize it. Shane Burton, a $10 super chat. Oops, let me get you in there. Shane with 3 entries. Why do people keep saying 1-year rental on Kenny Clark? He has 3 years left on his contract with base salary of $1.3 million next year, 8.8 and 18.3. Packers pay $13 million cap it over 2 years. So you're right, but in 2026, there is $11 million in a roster bonus the Cowboys would owe, plus $1 million in a per-game roster bonus, and $700,000 in workout bonuses. So it's not actually the 8.8, it's 21.5. It was 21.5 is what the Cowboys owe in 2026 and 20 in 2027. None of that is guaranteed. I don't know if the Cowboys want to pay Kenny Clark $21.5 million. My thought is no, they probably don't. So now they're kind of like stuck with this like, hey, you're going to cut him for a very cheap 1-year rental that's valuable, frankly. But I don't know if anyone wants to pay Kenny Clark unless he's way better than what he was last year, kind of rights the ship on the regression he showed. Anyone wants to pay him, that $21.5 million fee. That's why people are calling it a 1-year rental, because next year's cap hit's pretty high. Hopefully that helps explain stuff. Waters Gaming, I'm so effing pissed at Jerry. All right. There you go. Ooh, 1 chair tonight for the Cowboys press conference. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Thank you, Waters. Appreciate that. Eskimo Ronnie is in again here. My brother James, MF Reeves, said we got good reason to go to the games and beat down some, you-know-what, if... the Cowboys just tweeted it out, if you want to pull that up and see if it works, Chris, on either computer. Maybe it's a YouTube issue. Muhammad, a $10 super chat. Who knew last year that we would be without Parsons and D-Law in 2025? Crazy. We need to understand we are deep at defensive end. Good rotational players. One of these guys will be a big surprise watch. I hope you are right. I hope that ends up happening. Could you try zooming it, like with your key mousepad tracker? Muhammad, thank you very much for your $10. I hope somebody steps up. I really do. I hope somebody has a big-time season. Otherwise, it's going to be disappointing, like really disappointing in the end. So I hope that happens, but I truly do. All right, next up on the Super Chat side, Jonathan Schwab is in. Another entry here. What's the chances we take picks and trades from for someone else? Who's going to be out there though? That's my issue. Is who's available? I don't know if anybody is. Like that's my concern. Very much my concern here. It's my concern. Foxtrot Gaming. In all seriousness, thanks for the vids, Tom. Thank you very much, Foxtrot. I don't think that anyone's gonna be trading stuff here. Toby, what does this do to our cap? You do free up like 19 million or something, somewhere in that ballpark. Let me pull it up here. You now jump to, let's see if these are updated. I'm sure they are. I've got you at $42 million in salary cap space right now. That is second most in the NFL. Now, next year it changes because you got some contracts you're not going to leave as is. It technically decreased your cap space a little bit for next year, but you still got $41 million there, and you can get to 100 with like 2 moves, actually. 3 moves. Restructure Dak, Lamb, and cut Clark, and boom, you're there. Hooray. Muhammad, we're amazing at drafting. Mozzie is the exception, but we for sure take advantage of these first rounders. Jerry showed he's the boss. Don't try to test him, SMH. I mean, I hope you continue to draft well. I really do. Truly, I do. Success? Well, don't break it there. I hear Chris going, ooh, we got it, and then just stuff falling. All right, Hunter M. I hear it in my ear, by the way. All good, love you guys. 4-0 start shocks the world. I hope you're right. And hopefully it's at least closer to 4-0 than 0-4 in the end. Let's get to what's next up here. Massive Matt, honestly, this testing has improved my mood a little. The audio testing. Yeah, again, we're trying this on the fly with different software than what we normally do, so appreciate that. Want to test it again here? Is it working or? Okay, well, can you just do this? Like on, like see how this works? Like to zoom it? Okay. But what about on the Mac, I'm saying? Could you zoom in on the Mac so it's not weirdly cropped? Is it? Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. All right, we'll keep going through Super Chats then. I don't know if we'll have the press conference, guys. I don't know. MF coming soon. Is there a third pick to become a second rounder? Not that I've seen. It sounds like it's just 2 firsts and Kenny Clark. That's all it is. So that's all I've seen that's a part of this trade. So which does stink. Shane Amick, time for to Jones sell the team. That doesn't, sure, but it's not going to do anything. Suleiman got you into the, I'll call that the 50-50 duck race. You are the first one in, my friend. Got your super chat. Your Venmo. You are in. Got it. Seth should have been 2 first rounders, a third, and Jacobs. Yeah, but the Cowboys didn't actually have a lot of leverage here because there was not enough people involved trying to make a trade happen. That's the issue. Shane Amick. That's the petition one. Sure. I'm going to grab me some shots. CJ DeYoung just came through with a big old shot time. Appreciate that, CJ. So just go get me the shot glass. Thank you. Pug Racer, depressed, but I'm guessing Dak is gone next year. I don't know. His contract's guaranteed, so can you trade him? That's what you have to do. You can't cut him. Better, but if he plays well, do you want to trade him? If he doesn't play well, is anyone going to want to trade for him? Like that's the issue you're facing now. It's a bad spot to be. CJ DeYoung III, a $50 super chat. Appreciate that, CJ. Shot time. Here we go. We all need a bong or 5 of some sort. 50 for the shot, 100 for a beer bong. Their behavior is ridiculous. There is no interest by this organization to actually win a Super Bowl. I think I'll be a Packers fan now. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's not a fun place to be. It's not a fun place to be. So, like, does anyone else have the wind sucked out of their sails for this upcoming season? Because I sure do. Like, blows. Liam Tucker, Tom, I'm over it. Good player, but we weren't contenders this year. I say if we did pay him and go 7-6, I'd feel worse than I do now. I mean, 7-9 or 7-10, whatever. My mind says, okay, like, you wanted to trade him. That's fine. You can. The opinion of we're better off trading Micah is perfectly reasonable. This is not how you do it, though. Like, you should have made your decision months ago. You should have made your call in March and paid him or traded him. Those were your best options. Do it in March. Cowboys did not do that. Cowboys did not. They dragged it out and screwed it up. Mean Muggins, a $2 super chat. I like this. We have plenty of depth at defensive end. Yeah, but you got no one. You had a good you've got great, frankly, defensive end depth. But I don't think you have great top-end talent yet. Ezraku could be one of them. Hopefully Nealon ends up being better, but we'll see what happens. We got to Liam already. Shane Burton is the next one here. There we go, Shane. Be possible to extend Smith now and heavy from the contract for the season to eat up cap, save cap for the future. So yes, you can do that. The reason why most teams choose not to do that is that unused salary cap space actually rolls over. So if you don't spend $40 million in this season, it carries over to next year. So valid question. The reason why teams typically don't do that is because you can just back with the contract with less guaranteed money, and they don't have to worry about the player complaining about not getting as much right now. Which does happen sometimes, unfortunately. They mostly just backload it and then roll it over in the end. William, after the March meeting went south, I wonder if the Jones plan to trade him, so they drafted Ezraku. If that was your plan, which it was not, you should have traded him at the draft, before the draft. This was not their plan. I don't want, if Jerry gets up there tonight and says, this was the plan all along, they're lying to you. That was not the case. It just doesn't make any sense if that was going to be the case. It would be stupid if they did that. It'd be horrible. Even honestly, I would feel even worse than I do right now if that was their actual plan. Because that's just intentional mismanagement. All right, Fernando Navarro. What's the point of paying a $60 million quarterback right now? I mean, I get it. Because that's a we're trying to win now game. So why bother? You don't have Micah, you're not going to win as many games right now. It's kind of a bad process. It's a bad process. I agree, Fernando. I very much agree. I don't know if we're going to have the press conference here. Maybe we'll do some live tweets as they come in. We can build them. I think it's just Jerry that's supposed to be up there right now. So I'm sure Chris is trying to get it set up, which I appreciate. Liam Tucker, is Clark going to start week 1 / in general? Yeah. He's got to get up to speed, but he's in football shape, so that's not a concern. He can learn the defense. He's a defensive tackle. It's not going to be that challenging. He'll start. He's a good player too, but he's not as good. We are finally caught up on Super Chats. So grade the trade for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, keep the trade details up though. Let's do the top and the live one. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade that Cowboys trade for me if you haven't already. A, B, C, D, or F. 50% are voting F right now. Can't say I'm surprised. Certainly was not good. So grade that Micah trade. A, B, C, D, or F here. We're going to try to have the press conference. We've run into extreme technical issues here. What's the latest, Chris? I need to try. Okay. Let me see the computer real quick. I know you're trying. I'm not mad at all. Hand me the HDMI. Plug it in for me here. We're trying stuff, guys. I apologize. I know it's not good radio at all. Keep the votes coming. A, B, C, D, or F. Audio's definitely not coming through right now. So that's not good. Just changed on me. A, B, C, D, or F. The pin results right now, 23% say A/B, 15% say C, 12% say D, 50% say F. Let's plug that in. A, B, C, D, or F. We'll get to some more super chats here in a little bit. Let me know when I'm going to try to play it here. It looks fine right now for me. Can you throw it in preview here? Almost dropped it. Go ahead and pull me off and push it. Let's see if it works. I don't hear the audio. I hear me coming through on the audio still. I am still coming through on the audio. So the audio is not set up right. Audio, it's still just me. So whatever our layer is probably isn't right. We're trying, boys. Apologize for this. Oh, now it's playing an ad. Damn it. No, it's fine. I'll skip it. We're trying to test the audio here. Because I could hear it in my ear, which makes no sense why I'm not hearing it now. Maybe boost the gain up on it. So plug it in wherever you had it.
I think you would have.
I just heard it there for a second. Yeah, boost that. And boost the level. No, that one right there. Boost that. But you dragged out the entire thing again. You guys can barely hear it, right? Y for yes, N for no. It fell apart in August after Jerry's comments and Mike clapped back and it all got even worse. If you had done this properly, you could have either paid him and we wouldn't be having this live show, or you could have simply just traded him and gotten more back. The process has once again led to failures by the Dallas Cowboys organization. And I'm tired of this always being the case. And then we can just the best pass rusher you have seen since DeMarcus Ware. And we can just boost it within live stream once we go to it. So go ahead and get me back on and turn that down. Is gone. Teams don't find edges who put up 12 sacks in each of their first 4 years. That's Reggie White. That's it. That's it. Only guy who's done it. All of the extra off-field stuff I get. You got 2 late firsts. If those firsts are Tyler Smith and CeeDee Lamb, awesome. Guys, what if it's Tyler Guyton and Mozzie Smith? You have to turn me back down, though, because I'm super loud. So turn down the main one. Because we turn up the main one. And then this will be on screen for a little bit. So it's super low, but I think we'll be able to make this work. I know it's low. I think we'll be able to make it work. So let me get this set up. I think it just has to be like a super straight chord. That's my theory right now, because it wasn't glitching at all. If it is a disaster, we will simply cancel it, and we will not will not do it. If I could type on this thing, that'd be so cool. I think what we need to do is boost the audio there and turn it up within live stream. Okay. I think that's how we should do it, and then we'll just turn it down once I come back on. So I think that's going to be our best path. So okay, I don't think you guys can hear it in the background. If you do, if you hear the bumper music, just tell me. Okay. Can you turn down this one then? Turn down the one that's coming through. Turn it down. There we go. That's better. So I think we'll jack it up there. We'll crush it, and we'll turn it up on live stream. I think turning it up on live stream should probably help. So I think we'll be good to go for the press conference here. You're going to have to deal with this being on. I'll try to bump this off a little bit. I'll go full screen here. Yeah, because I don't see anything clipping. I feel like if it's just, it must just be like the connection edge is the issue there. So, all right, super chats. Okay, they could hear the song. So, all right, we're good to go. It's not our normal software, so I apologize for that, guys. Chris B, I am not excited for the season at all. I get it. Brett Reed into the raffles again. All right, we now have 2 mics, by the way, for the press conference. It was going to be 1. Now we've got 2. Okay. I'm speaking hypothetically, but what are the possibilities of finishing bottom 10, packing those picks move for Arch? So, hypothetically, let's say you finish 10 or 7 or 6 or whatever. If you don't finish 1, and this is the big and, Arch turns pro. We have to plug this in right now. Where's the charger? You need that now. Shit. There's an outlet right here. Right down there. Fuck. God damn it. It just died. Fuck. Horrible timing. Son of a bitch. Okay, it's booting back up. I'll let you turn it back on here. Shoot. Here. Take it over there for a little bit so we're not fully on screen. All right. Anyway, hypothetically, sorry about that, guys. If you were to not be number 1 overall pick and Arch is everything that we think he can be. Oh, sweet. That was actually pretty quick. Awesome. And Arch is everything we think he can be. If you don't have the number 1 pick, you're not going to get him. Like, the end result is you come up short because the number 1 pick team is not going to trade him. So, like, if you want, even if it's not Arch, if you want the quarterback, you kind of have to get the number 1 overall pick or get lucky. Like, otherwise it just comes up short. Like, you kind of have to have that number 1 pick. So, it's a good hypothetical. I don't know if you're going to be bottom 10 team. You still might be like 11, like you were last year. But I'm going to turn off captions on this. Subtitles off. There we go. All right, Waters Gaming. Personal opinion, it deserves an F-. 50% voting F is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. But also, like, fair. Ryder Kincaid here. Should I find the new team? I don't trust Jerry to use those picks wisely. Green Bay was the 4th or 5th worst team we could have sent him to. F. Jerry. To trade him to a conference rival, a team that has been your boogeyman, to trade him to the team that beats your ass in your last playoff game is just like, I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I'm going to listen to what Rap had to say here. I don't understand it. The process makes no sense to me. Rap's talking about having an extra first-round pick next year, which is great, but like if those picks are 12 and 29, that doesn't actually do anything. Like, it doesn't help you at all. Ryder, should I find a new team? Don't trust Jerry to use those picks. Well, we already got that one there. Sorry, my bad. I thought that was the same one. I think we're going to be good to go for the press conference. So hopefully in theory, it starts soon. It was supposed to be a 7:30 Eastern time press conference. And here we are and not quite there yet. We're past that time, I should say. I'll just verbalize this as you guys get your votes in to grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F. The Cowboys, Jane Slater talked to Micah, who essentially said he's sorry, didn't want to leave, whatever. But he and his agent went back to the Cowboys to talk extension. And the Cowboys said, either play on your 5th year or we're just going to trade you. Now, I wonder if this argument is going to kind of get twisted into he said he was going to skip games and practices or something along those lines. But, yeah, they went back if we trust what Micah had to say, essentially. So grade that Micah Parsons trade, A, B, C, D, or F in the comments section of today's show. We are sitting here waiting for the press conference to get going in about any minute, so it says. Any minute. Initially, there were 3 mics. Then there was 1 mic. Now there is 2. I kind of just... It's going. Mr. Toaster's here again, so he's been kept safe. When are you guys going to move that, actually, this extra computer for me? Thank you. Don't need it up on the screen there. So, yeah, just be careful because that's going to fall off when you pull it. So, get your questions in via hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line via Super Chat. There are still a couple of Super Chats here that we will include as part of the mailbag cut. Get them in via hashtag Cowboys. Skip the line all together via Super Chat. Some more fan reaction to what was just a not fun couple hours here. Like, also, Jerry Jones claiming more trades. I'm going to reset my mic here. Jerry Jones claiming more trades are coming. Yeah, right. Come on, bro. It's August 28th. You're not using one of them first-round picks for a trade. Like, be for real. A lot of this is just not very for real behavior from the Cowboys. Like, they're I'm actually a little surprised they didn't just like throw Mike under the bus and kept saying, yeah, we could have made that trade happen, and they chose not to in the end. So, Prize Pick sponsor, by the way, Chris. Make a Prize Pick sponsor here. So, get your questions in via hashtag Cowboys or skip the line altogether via Super Chat. It'll be a chance for you guys to vent and complain. So get your questions in right now as soon as Chris gives me the thumbs up. I know you've done a bunch of good stuff behind the scenes tonight. So let's dive into the mailbag here. Super Chat to begin the fan reaction to the Micah Parsons trade and the following Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones press conference. Mean Muggins says Micah was not worth that and he's a diva. F him. I mean, I'm not going to cheer for Micah and the Packers. Like, I don't think any of us are. The other thing I do want to point out is it didn't have to be $47 million. It didn't have to be. Even if you had just talked again with the agent, it didn't have to be that way. $20 from Justin says, so tired of Jerry and his BS. Can't stand this front office. I get it. Like, it's is anyone happy right now? Is anybody happy at this point? I don't think anybody is. Like, the Cowboys' handling of this was bad. You did not maximize your leverage because even though Steven tried to claim this April timeline, which, like, okay, it was in March, to be clear, and also mid-March, you, like, then had all of April to do a trade, and you didn't do it. Like, it's just like you effed up. Full stop. You effed up. No matter the outcome, even if the picks work out great, you didn't play this right. Kind of like the Luka trade for the Mavs. Eli Aaron, a $5 super chat, says Jerry Jones is still here because he thinks he's better than anyone and won't let go of his ego. In the end, all of ego was all of it. Ego was everything here. It was ego from so much of the. You can blame Mike, you can blame the agent, you can blame Jerry, blame Steven. All of them have issues here. Like, they all share some burden of responsibility. In the end, this was a Jones decision. They said it straight up. We were going to make it happen. This is our decision. We chose to make this trade. And they clearly wanted a defensive tackle. That's great. The fact that you felt like you were fixing your run defense after ignoring it all offseason, I just kind of feel like they were looking for potentially justifiable reasons to excuse what just became personal with them. So which trade hurt worse and was worse? L for Luka, M for Micah. This is, of course, Luka Doncic trade, the Micah Parsons trade. We joked about Jerry doing it and taking the headlines away. Well, he did it a week before week one of the regular season. Which trade hurt worse? L for Luka, M for Micah. $5 from Trevor Ridley. Thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that. I am a bit behind on the Super Chat raffle entry, so I'll get those caught up. $5 Super Chat, Super thanks to our raffle, by the way, for week 1. Hey, Tom, would you still choose the Cowboys if you knew this was the future? P.S. Should I be mad at my dad for making me a Cowboys fan? Those of you who don't know, I am from Cincinnati, Ohio originally, and my family are Bengals fans, but I grew up a Cowboys fan my entire life. My parents tell me when I was like 3 or something, I had like little plastic football helmets. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyone? And I would line them up each week, and I love the Cowboys one. So, like, he can be a Cowboys fan then. The other option, if I just followed my dad like you did, Trevor, was the Bengals. So I guess I was screwed no matter what. I don't know. I took a pretty big beating in that Packers playoff game, so I guess I'm numb to the pain. I will probably just let my son pick his team, is probably what I will do. Zach Crosby, $5. Thank you, Zach. Got you entered. I can't lie, his mild diss towards Micah about getting ahead and running the ball was pretty funny. Still hate Jerry, though. Again, like, if yes, sure, cool. If your plan was to fix your run defense, why did you do nothing to fix the run defense until you traded away Micah Parsons? Free agency's a thing. You had $30 million, whatever, in cap space. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you go fix it then if that was such a big concern for you? Like, why didn't you go make that happen? Like, that's kind of what I'm confused by. Like, the logic and the timing does not make a lot of sense to me. Andrew Edwards, $2 super chat. Thank you, Edwards. I could see Mozzie getting traded. Elijah Mitchell. I actually could see Mozzie getting dealt too. You have 6 defensive tackles on your roster right now. You don't need all 6. I wouldn't be shocked if you tried to ship one of them out. Elijah Mitchell also hasn't been good for like 2 years. I don't think he actually fixes anything in your run game. I kind of want more picks. Like, that's my mindset. Because again, you could have got more back if you timed it up a little bit better. But they didn't try to time it up better because their process blows. Today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Regular season football is almost here. College football is already underway, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is simple to play. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Always keep an eye out for the Prize Picks deals. For example, Dak Prescott is just a half passing yard in week 1. It's a no-brainer. Put that one on there in all of your Prize Picks slates. I'm doing Dak half passing yard, obviously more than. Xavier Worthy more than 3.5 yards on the ground. I'm thinking jet sweep action, reverse. That's all it needs. Andy Reid loves those plays. And Ashton Genty, a half touchdown as well. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS and use at prizepicks.com/CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. $5 from William Cook. This press conference clearly shows that Jerry felt betrayed by someone he felt close to. I agree. They let their money get mad again. In the end, honestly, I don't think this was ever actually about money and what the money was. This was about both sides feeling wronged and feeling hurt by the other one. The Jones boys camp felt like they had agreed to a deal with Micah and were mad that the agent wanted to negotiate beyond that. And the Micah Parsons camp felt I was just trying to get ahead on us and we could finish it up with the agent. And it all got petty. I even think Jerry, like, kind of being nice to David Mulgeta, is awareness of the fact that George Pickens is about to be a free agent. And they're going to have to deal with that one too. Like, even though they kept calling him Michael because he just can't say his damn name right for some unknown reason, they let it get personal when it never needed to. And the end result is the August 28th disaster class. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it doesn't. It was poorly handled. And now we pay the price for it. If you guys want more Cowboys news and rumors, we will still have daily videos, good and bad, on everything involving the Dallas Cowboys. Hit that. Respectfully, I will be cheering against you every single game because I want them picks to be high. So, Chris B., man, good luck, Shotty. What a great first season as head coach. He did sign up for it, but also like I don't think if you had told Schottenheimer this was gonna be the case 2 months ago, he'd be like, nah, you're crazy, dog. Because again, the Cowboys story kept changing. Have you noticed that? Even tonight, it changed a little bit more with like what happened. But yeah, Shotty's. You better hope you stop the run because like the memes, if you get gashed by Saquon Barkley week 1, are not going to be pretty. Jet Lag Warrior, September 28th, Sunday Night Football at home against the Packers is going to be awesome. Any predictions? You're not going to like my predictions. I'll do a updated record prediction. Probably put that out Sunday at this point. I don't feel great about it. I feel like Micah's going to line up against Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton and have 4 sacks. That's my concern. Remember that Randy Moss Thanksgiving game? I think it was Thanksgiving game. 3 touchdowns for like 180 yards or whatever. I feel like that's going to happen, but for the defensive version. Be honest with me, folks. Grade the Cowboys defense without Micah Parsons. Let me know in the comment section how you feel about it. A, B, C, D, or F. Jack Kelly says, Zadarius Smith, my issue with you have good depth. If you go to depth chart, even better. You've got good, if not great depth at the defensive end spot. You have Dante Fowler. You have Ezeraku. You have Marshawn Nealand. You have Sam Williams. You have James Houston. Your depth is good. What you don't have is a dude. Dante Fowler is not a number 1 edge. Ezeraku could be down the line, but he's a rookie second-round pick. Let's temper our expectations. Nealand barely played last year. Sam Williams didn't play last year. James Houston is a fun piece, but like he's a backup guy. So, he helps you better than Peyton Turner. I feel like you're kind of still just having it's like all bullpen arms. Like you're just throwing out different bullpen arms. You don't have a starter, actually. Silk Striker, Jerry got what he wanted. Attention. They released the Netflix documentary, and the whole Micah Parsons drama has everyone talking. Jerry is happy with that. Had the full-on press conference, right? It's just everyone. I mean, we all tuned into it. How could you not? Mike Spalding, 1511. Dumbest move yet by the Cowboys' history. Mike is a top 3 edge rusher in the league. Organization is a complete shit show. This frustrates me to no end. The big thing I want to keep coming back to is you could have traded him. And it would have made more sense to do it in March, in April. You would have had more teams involved. You would have more interest in a potential trade. You would have been able to get more back. But by waiting until the week before the NFL season, you limit your pool of available teams. For example, the Falcons weren't going to do it, really, because they traded a future first already to go get a different edge rusher. That could have been your pick. You could have done more, spent some of that money now in free agency, and made your team better. This was not a win-now move. It's not even a good long-term rebuild move because you're still kind of trying to win games now. You're kind of stuck in this middle ground that no one actually wants to be. Chris B, I see maybe 6-7 wins. Way to suck the life out of me. I have not considered and reflected on my record prediction, but I'm going to do it. And we'll see what I end up settling in at. But, I don't think anyone feels great right now about the Cowboys. Certainly not as good as we did at the start of training camp. How about that? Who is to blame for the Micah trade? J for the Jones boys, M for Micah. I guess B for both is pretty good. B for both is probably a valid one there. So who's to blame for the Micah trade? J for the Jones boys, or even if you want to credit them. Also, Zachary Kindle, $5, says, what is your best guess for the Cowboys' record this year? Zachary, I just saw it come in now, my friend. I'll put you into the raffle, by the way. I will review that, and we will take a look Sunday morning. We'll push it out. My gut tells me I'm probably going to go 7 or 8 wins, somewhere in that ballpark. I'm a little pissed because I took the Cowboys at the more than or over 7.5 wins, and I feel like that's going to be extremely dangerous right now. But I took that a long time ago. So I don't like where I'm at on that one. So who's to blame more? Again, B for both. And in general, it's the Jones boys. And if you want to blame the agent, that's part of the Micah conversation because that is his agent in the end. So if we don't get any more super chats, I assume we're not going to here. We will sign off, knock out some other stuff, and we will move on from that. So who's to blame for the Micah trade? J for the Jones boys, M for Micah, B for both. If you wanna do that one. A lot of explanations and reasons behind the trade. Appreciate everyone who tuned in tonight. We'll have more time, more videos tomorrow. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/Zawalu or Zawalu. I am botching that one hard. I'm only 2 beers deep, too. Shouldn't even be doing that right now. We'll get to this last super chat, and then we will potentially sign off for today. So that's 3 raffle entries, by the way, for Zawalu. I think I'm doing that one right. $10 super chat, Canadian. Oh, we're still going to count Canadian dollars. I'm not going to try to do the conversion rate. That's just silliness. I do like that we got a player that is at least kind of ready to play, needs to learn the scheme. Packers got a player who needs to both have a ramp-up period and learn the scheme. Sure, but that's certainly not wrong at all. Like, that's very, very, that's a factual statement. I do like Kenny Clark. I don't want to be mean to Kenny Clark because it's not his fault. He didn't do anything. He didn't request a trade. He didn't do anything. Like, that's just like, Kenny Clark is a good football player. I think he will help you. I think he will help you stop the run. He's on the decline from what we've seen over the years. I don't think it was as bad as it really was last year. I think he's better than that, although he did kind of struggle. His contract is very expensive next year, $21.5 million. It's more than what you're going to pay Osa. It's kind of a red flag for me, but we'll keep our eyes on it. Hopefully it works out fine, but I think he's going to help you. I just worry about, are you better enough? Like, I don't think you're a better team today. I certainly don't think that. You might not be a better team a year from now. We'll see what those picks end up looking like. Appreciate that, Andrew. Thank you very much. I don't think it'll be I will say this too, though. Like, trench players, edge, defensive tackle, I don't think there's that much needs to learn the scheme stuff. Like, shoot, DT might be more challenging than, like, go rush the passer on third down type of deal. But there will have to be a rep period for Micah. But the back injury was fake, and we all know it. Dominator, quick question time. Who can we get/trade for linebacker? I mean, I don't think they're going to do anything. I don't like the linebackers. Most teams aren't doing trades a week before their first game. Like, if you wanted to trade for a linebacker, you should have done it in March, in April, or in August, in earlier August. Like, I think they're going to ride with their 5 linebackers right now. That's my mindset. Like, I bet they might extend a DeRon Bland or a Tyler Smith. That would not surprise me. But I don't think they're going to go, like, you're not going to get Dexter Lawrence. Like, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. The Giants aren't trading him. They're trying to save their jobs. It's just not realistic. I would love Dexter Lawrence. That'd be huge. Would have been awesome to get him. But, like, it's just not realistic. And we'll have more Cowboys coverage for you all season long. Week 1 watch party live again on Monday. Hit that sub button so you don't miss out. YouTube.com/@CowboysTV.